Hello.
Okay.
Hey.
Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Great. So I want to call the meeting of December 6th, 2021 to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Philsett,
Here.
Councilmember Ku. Here. Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, all 7 present.
Thank you. Our first item tonight, there has been a change to the agenda. We're going to have one closed session item. The labor item will happen next week. And so tonight we have item number 1, which is a conference with the city attorney on the Joel Alejo versus City of Palo Alto case. Let's go to the public to see if there's any public comment. I see one speaker. Aaron James.
So are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I was reading a piece in the New York Times about a death penalty case in the state of Alabama where a person that didn't shoot wasn't the shooter. 3 cops died back in 2005, is executed recently, while the one that did the shooting got life without the possibility of parole. So Brian Stevenson of Just Mercy, you all know who Brian Stevenson is, said, you know, there's an indifference to injustice. This Alejo case, you're the jurors for me. You're the 7 representatives that go back there. And it's just not about the finances, about the money, although I think we need to pay 10 million of the 20 million that Mr. Alejo's attorney is asking for. Let Mountain View pay the other part. But there's the moral question. It's been reported that up to 30 times that police dog was ordered back to bite a sleeping man. What if that was your wife or your husband, your son? Would you be indifferent to the level of injustice that was inflicted by Nick Enberg and the dog handlers that night? I really doubt it. So you got to put yourself in the place of the people, of the person, Mr. Alejo, that was bitten, the trauma that's been inflicted. And look, I'm a taxpayer here in Palo Alto many years. I want my money to go towards that 20 million. It's not going to be a bunch, but it's going to be a contribution. So there's the financial part. And there's also the moral question. Where is Nick Enberg? This is a man that in 2015 was one of the 2 officers that shot and killed a young man coming out of a mental health facility on Forest with a butcher knife. Excuse me, a butter knife. Why didn't they put themselves behind their patrol car? There was things that could have been done. But my point is, you need to ask. They're not going to answer me, but you're the council members. You're the representative. Is Nick Enberg still on that canine unit? Are we going to still allow him, despite what we all saw, the visceralness of the videos that mostly were let out, not by the city of Palo Alto, no, but by Mountain View. Remember, it was like 1 tape by Palo Alto and 7 or 8 by the city of Mountain View. So where's Nick Enberg? You got to ask that question. What's he doing? Are we still going to allow that man to unleash a canine on another person and inflict that kind of trauma? And Molly, I'd like to know, Molly Stump, public records request now, how much money have we already paid out to defend against this case? I'm guessing $500,000, but maybe I'm low, maybe I'm high. But you go back there as a jury and you exercise both a financial decision in this ugly, ugly case and also a moral one, that we're not going to allow this to continue. We're not going to be indifferent to injustice in this city where we have a police chief that's the worst that I've seen in my lifetime, Mr. No Transparency, Robert Johnson. Are you going to continue to put up with that? I would hope not. Go do your job tonight. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more public speakers. Can I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
I will second it. Okay, let's vote on the motion. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Councilmember Stone. Sorry.
Yes.
All right, we are scheduled to return at 6 o'clock. We're going to go into closed session. Thanks. Just turn on your light or your camera. Okay, so we're returning from closed session with no reportable action. We're moving on with the agenda. The next item is agenda changes and deletions. The only change we had was we moved one of the closed sessions on labor negotiations to next week. And I just want to take a brief minute to talk about how we're running our meetings, because I have gotten some queries from the public. And just to remind council members, so we're running our hybrid meetings under state law that allows these expedited procedures. And it's for state of emergency only. We've been renewing those monthly, I believe. We do have social distancing in council chambers. But if you can't come because of a health risk, or as my case tonight, a potential positive COVID exposure, then you can connect via Zoom. However, to protect our ability to invoke the state law, you really can't do it for convenience. So starting in January, if you want to video conference into a meeting just for convenience, it will count as one of your 5 meetings, unless you have a health concern that's not addressed by social distancing. And I also just want to remind council members that our protocols are to leave on your camera, except if you have to take a quick bio break or something similar. Let's move on to public comment.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just as you're making the transition here, no changes on the agenda, but I did want to note for the public's awareness on the agenda that we do have late at places memos that were distributed on items number 7. This is the amendment of the contract with Open Cities for the city website, as well as number 9, the interim urgency ordinance related to Senate Bill 9.
Great. Were those emailed out to council members or?
Yes, they were emailed to council members that are also posted to the agenda.
Great. Okay.
Could you clarify when? I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm looking and the title says attached at 5:07, but I can't. Which number
Yes,
is
so
it? I see 9 and 10.
Sure, one of the at places items was distributed, then I believe it is.
Okay, it's the first one in the email we received after this meeting started.
Yes. It says item 9 on it. It has a very long file name that ends item 9.pdf. And you also, let's see, the earlier distribution was for item number 7. Actually, I believe it was at the same time in the same email at 5:08 to the council.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on with public comment. And if anybody has trouble finding those, you can bring it up after. All right, if you'd like to speak for public comment, now it's your time to raise your hand. We're going to continue taking hands to the end of the second speaker. And our first speaker tonight is Chuck Jagoda. Chuck? Chuck, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. I'd just like to make a few comments about the policy of the city of Palo Alto towards police violence. The stories have been in the paper, the Alvarez case, the dogs mauling the guy in his own yard in Mountain View, Palo Alto unit. it keeps going on and on. It's always minorities who are attacked. The attacking police are always white. And I don't you think it's very expensive to keep on like this? I mean, it's been years and there's been no learning. And I don't understand, why you don't have an investigation, some reform. The story in the Post about the gossip of the police officers about the fuse, doesn't that tell you that there's a culture of built-in violence here? That these guys are cheering a violent cop, a law-breaking cop, and he's showing them what a real cop should be? I think it's time to take action. It's costing the taxpayers a bunch to not take action. At the very least, insist that each police officer hired has a self-insurance policy to indemnify the city against his potential violence. And a lot of them are serially violent. They go from one jurisdiction to another and continue their violent activities. This is repeated over and over again. Is either I'm fantasizing all this, or a lot of people are willfully blind. And thank you very much. I'm sorry to hear you may be exposed, Mayor, and I hope you are not and are all fine soon. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Aaron James.
So, Madam City Attorney Molly Stump, I asked you to give me the costs thus far expended on the Joel Aleo matter, the $20 million case. I forgot to ask you, I'd like you to let me know and the council, but Public Records Act request also for Julio Arballo, who was slammed to the concrete outside Happy Donut, caught on video. Thomas DeStefano is now gone from the department. Mr. No Transparency, Robert Johnson, won't tell us whether he was fired or whether he voluntarily left. We're left to guess that again. But I'd like to know how much we've spent in defending against that case. Ed, I want to go back to you. I'm not going to bother you about the canine budget this week. I may come back to that. I'm going to be meeting with another city official on Wednesday. I'm hopeful I'm going to get that number there. But I'll go to the Post piece that Mr. Jagoda was referring to. Dave Price's great piece. Why didn't other cops report the fuse? And in there, Ed, I've been asking you, would you please give me a straight answer? Here's what you told me on November 4th. I believe you also have a question about Zach Perrone. As you know, the city's IPA reports on certain non-force related issues, and I'm not distributing additional information beyond existing channels. Well, you know, and I know that the 219 amendment that cut off the right of the IPA to get internal matters is now, the switch has been turned back on. The investigation, as Dave Price's piece points out on Perrone, goes back to 2014, January 2014. We're about to go into 2022. Are you going to release the report that the independent police auditor conducted? That's a simple yes or a no, Ed. And I don't want to feel like I need to cross-examine you every week on the same issue, but maybe you could let me know that. And I do disagree with Dave Price on one thing. He thinks we need to pay maybe the police department members more. I think the last time I looked at Perrone's salary, it was close with benefits to $400,000. I think his family jointly somewhere close to $800,000 bucks. We're going to bust the city if we pay police officers any more than we are. In that article, it says this text message, referring to the message between DeStefano and Malarkey, exchange, needs to be addressed. The council should make sure of that. You're darn right you should. You all are tasked with overseeing this department. You're not doing an adequate job. I know you've tried, but trying's not enough. We need to find out what Malarkey's up to. He's still on the department. I wonder whether that was mere bravado on his part, or whether he's acted upon his belief that a good cop is somebody that beats the stuffings out of citizens.
Okay, we are, Our final speaker will be Stan. We're no longer taking additional hands. And our next speaker is Liz Gardner.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks for taking my Zoom here. I'm just speaking tonight about the council's checks and balances, and that the city closely look at who they select for boards and commissions, and that these members are representative of all stakeholders in Palo Alto, meaning all residents. As was discussed a few weeks ago about upcoming commission appointments, I heard many of you speak to this very issue. And I just want to also talk about the 46% of our residents who are renters, and as such, our commissioners should represent the full body of our residents, including renters. So no one committee or group, such as in the Housing Element Working Group, should get to serve on more than one commission at a time or one committee. It's not only looks badly on the city, it also weights the discussion in our housing or future of our residents. It just looks negative onto the city. In closing, I know there's two commissioners tonight who are seeking appointments on the Planning and Transportation Commission. If they are selected, that would actually mean a total of 3 members on our Housing Element Working Group who would also potentially, as of tonight, be on our Planning and Transportation Commission. Again, I urge the city to select commissioners who are representative of our true body of our residents, including people that may not have connections to city or city council or are really high visibility in our city, but who are just as qualified. So that being said, I hope you guys take a careful look at who you select for your particular commissions tonight, and importantly, the Planning and Transportation Commission. Thank you for letting me speak, and for all your good work, because I know you guys are doing really good things and looking very positive on our affordability and housing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Ms. Eisenberg, you should be able to speak.
Thank you. Now hopefully you can hear me. So lately there's been what some people have called an increase in so-called crime in our neighborhood. What they're referring to is the increase in property crime. What some community members are calling for is the worst possible thing, and I urge you to disregard any of these misplaced, misinformed calls for increased police presence. The last thing we need here in Palo Alto is an increase in police presence. As Chuck and Aram said eloquently, our police force is problematic, has a record of violently racist actions against people of color, has refused to abide with legal requirements of accountability and transparency, and has led to literally hundreds of millions of dollars of lawsuits against our city. They should not be increased in response to property crime. We know, universally, we know what causes property crime and what helps and what doesn't. What doesn't help is increased police force and increased sentences. Rather, it has been already asked and answered from universally, from overwhelming number of institutions, ranging from academic institutions to the United States Justice Department. It has been already proven that increased sentences and increased police presences do not reduce crime. property crime. Rather, property crime is correlated with one thing and one thing alone, and that's poverty. Here in the wealthiest city in the world, we actually can afford to provide enough local community resources so that no one living here needs to be homeless, and no family here with children or without needs to be hungry. According to Life Moves and Ecumenical Hunger Program, this upcoming winter is going to be the hardest in many years for local families who are at risk of going without food. Children who are forced to be hungry because they do not have enough money. The families do not have enough money to put food on the table. This is a state of emergency, as you all have seen. To your convenience, we still have a state of emergency where you could have, and you still can for this limited window, enact an emergency ordinance requiring only our largest and most profitable, biggest employers in town to pay their fair share. Do that, not police. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bill Ross.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about what I think are the two state mandates which are unfunded that you face, and respectfully suggest that you seek direction from the legislature about how to comply with both of them. I'm talking on the one hand about the numerous obligations for affordable housing and addressing the homeless issue, and on the other hand, for water conservation. And I can hear some members of the council right now say, water conservation is not going to be an issue in the city of Palo Alto because we have a contract with Hetch Hetchy that more than guarantees future needs. First of all, the type and kind of conservation that's being contemplated and is in effect through Department of Water Resources is soon going to make no difference between state water project water, Hetch Hetchy water, and I also think there will be an effort to go on pre-1914 water, which brings to mind your issue of purple pipe. While all of us are carrying out our shower water to irrigate our respective drought-tolerant vegetation, I have to ask, and I'm going by the city's website, why there isn't a plan to have the purple pipe completed from 1050 Page Mill, which would effectively hook up the balance of the industrial park to El Camino. Why isn't that happening? Certainly there should be a condition on any certificate of occupancy for that structure that take place. Additionally, you need to address this issue of how this mandate of affordable housing and housing homeless is going to be met. Your urban water management plan doesn't do that. In fact, your urban water management plan leaves out the use of two critical wells in the city. Where is that water being used? The point is, there's no document upon which a water supply analysis could now be made that would guarantee that new development of any type has assurances for water. That critical linkage needs to be made, and that's something that staff can do. In the interim, I would respectfully suggest this is something that the legislators created, that your lobbyists ought to address that, because it's an issue that's not uncommon to the city of Palo Alto. It's facing many local government agencies, special districts, charter cities, and general law cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder to the public, our last speaker will be Stan, as I announced while Aaron was going. And our next speaker is Riza Riahi. Apologies if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, this is Reza Riahi. respected city council members and city manager, I'm reaching out to you as one of the healthcare providers and small business owners in the city of Palo Alto to express my great disappointment in the way the new RPP has been changed and is about to be rolled out. After finally receiving some partial information on it 3 nights ago at a Zoom hearing, it is clear that while we were struggling to treat Palo Alto residents with inadequate personal protective gear and staffing during the pandemic over the past 20 months, the council has significantly revamped the RPP program that was already functional. It is further disappointing that after our history of participation in its implementation, we were completely left out of any of the discussions. Many of you already know the difficulties in finding adequate staffing these days. This has hit the healthcare industry the hardest as more and more people are afraid to work in the environment that would put them at the highest level of potential exposure. We're all understaffed as it is. The highly trained staff we have currently drive long distances to come to Palo Alto to provide care for our residents here. As you recall, the poll taken a few years ago had overwhelming support for the local healthcare providers and the parking needs for our staff. The new significant reduction in the number of available permits will drastically affect our employee retention if we cannot provide them adequate parking. Most of our offices are sprinkled throughout the residential areas and have been there for decades. Many of these offices are far from downtown garages. The previous RPP was doing its job and there were plenty of parking spaces available during the day. It is very sad to see that at the time that most cities are working hard to support the local business, small businesses and healthcare offices to recover from the effects of this pandemic, the city of Palo Alto has decided to further burden the same industries. The present implementation process, which calls for signing up online, uploading documents, waiting for approval, then getting the permits, is very challenging for us to deal with when it's at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was today, and I had to run back and forth between patients to do this. And when you started at 8 o'clock, you're going to out-select the healthcare providers because we're with patients, our staff are with patients. So I'd like you guys to go back and please revisit and see how this is going to affect us. Half the healthcare providers I spoke to don't even know that what they're supposed to do today. So you will probably hear from a lot of us after this is cleared. I hope you go back and revisit how this was implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Stan Belajak.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for having us, Honorable Councilman and City Mayor. I also want to thank the 4 councilmen who replied to my request via email. But to backtrack a little bit, my name is Stan Bilatz. I'm a resident of Palo Alto in Southgate, and I own a business of 75 years, tenure in Palo Alto on the outskirts of Evergreen Park. And I want to be really practical tonight. I understand that the council will be off starting December 17th. We have this RPP program on our hands that's far from perfect. It was aimed to address some goals that we were part of the conversation and attended those meetings with the vendors back in 2017 and 18. But the more time we spend looking at it, granted, none of us were part of the discussion for the first time ever, really. The more weaknesses it has and too many unintended consequences. And, when most cities are working really hard to help their healthcare providers, to help their small businesses, we weren't even at the table with this. Now, I've had some great conversations with the transportation staff, but we have this limited window of 10 or so days to act and set a time frame either by email or so to delay this enforcement until we can figure out the details and really get the most out of our vendor. Because even some of the original aspects we talked about when they wanted to go digital, none of these are fulfilled. And, the city on its website lists the Palo Alto Parking Act. And it talks about transparency, sustainability, that it's data-driven and customer-centric. And I can assure you, if we're provided a platform where we can chat, even though it's a short notice, that you will see that the city, I ought to think, inadvertently failed to achieve any of these objectives as this program is. So we can't roll out the program as is, but we can certainly over 2 or 3 months make it a lot better and account for a lot of things that were actually part of the original plans. And I was able to pull up a lot of the notes through this. So I hope that you guys can reply to my email and we can set a platform so that nobody gets hurt in light of the circumstances we live in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then move on with our agenda or on the consent calendar. Would any council members like to register no votes or pull an item? Councilmember Tanaka?
No on 6, 7, and 8.
Okay. Any other council members? All right, we'll go to members of the public. Want to speak on items on consent. Again, these are items that are on the consent calendar. I see 3 speakers. Our first speaker is James Newman.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is
Sorry. Sorry, Dr. Newman, that was my fault. Please try again.
okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just briefly to follow up at this very critical juncture because of the new RPP program, which you've heard before and you've gotten numerous emails.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We've moved on from open comment. We're now on the consent calendar.
I see. Well, I just hope that the council can take immediate action to suspend the RPP until the springtime and we're past the pandemic situation. Just go back and look through the emails. I apologize, but it's such an important issue that affects so many patients and so many physicians and dentists here in Palo Alto that
Okay.
I really think it needs to have immediate ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Quinn.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. Quick question, are we addressing SB 9 at the moment?
No, that will be coming up as when we get to our action items. Action item 9.
Thank you, and you are welcome to skip me for now.
Okay, thank you. And our last speaker on the consent calendar is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Thank you. I am speaking with regard to number, sorry, I'm looking for the one having to do with the building. Here we go, number 5, a resolution for the for applying for grant from the Historical Heritage Grant, authorizing the application and receipt of grant funds by the City of Palo Alto for the Roth Building and elevator restoration. I have no idea why you would be doing that, because I thought that you're still deciding what you're going to do with the Roth Building. Given your lack of compliance, notorious lack of compliance with the housing requirements of existing law, whether or not you agree with the existing law, it is existing law. And so given your notoriously well-known and now mocked nationally refusal to comply with state housing law, the Roth Building remains as a super easy potential site for housing. I have not still seen you make any movement for application for the home key program, which at least, thank God, you now at least admit exists. It took only, my begging you for a year and a half to even acknowledge it. Nor have you applied for use of any people's low income housing credits, such as Section 8, to use for local housing. There are a lot of plentiful, bountiful ways to use public buildings and public funds to create affordable housing. That is what every well-run city does. And the Roth Building or at least the site that hosts the Roth building, could be a fantastic use for housing. Housing close enough to jobs that parking wouldn't even be an issue. The best way to make people stop fighting about parking is to put housing near the job so no one has to drive. This Roth building could be used for that purpose. But if you're still planning on giving this strange favor to wealthy donors who like this history museum, you know, this seems kind of like a way, you know, spending money on an elevator, and that is more of a history museum type use and not a housing type use for that building. There's a lot that needs to be done in that building, and I just don't think an elevator or any kind of revamp that you would do through a historical society is an appropriate use. Thank you.
Okay, would anybody like to change their votes based on public comment? All right, I'm looking for a motion then on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second. I'll second if nobody else will. Okay, so we're voting on the consent calendar with Councilmember Tanaka no on 6, 7, and 8. Starting with myself, I will vote yes. Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
and Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes on a 7-0 with Councilmember Tanaka no on 6, 7, and 8. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak to your no votes?
Sure. So the first one on 6, this is going from $700,000 to 1.5 million for some software packages. The staff report talks about how this is going to reduce the overall cost, but it wasn't really clear to me how this is going to be offset. So it's it's about another $800,000 in cost. And if this is truly going to be a cost savings for the city, then what is it? They just spoke about it qualitative, but not quantitatively. And so for me, given our budget situation, it doesn't make sense for us to be spending more money unless we really understand what is the offset going to be. On number 7, well, I think having a new website is great. I'm very supportive of that. $167,000 extra for website improvement just seems excessive. And while I think it would be great, I think we have to be conscious as we say yes to cost increases. We're saying no to other things. So I think we need to hold the line and make do with what we have. On number 8, a new truck. I think this is one of the worst years ever to be buying a new vehicle. I think a lot of you guys know that we have a big supply chain crunch. I didn't see that there were multiple bids. It looks like it was just under a pre-existing contract. I think it might have been good to do that, although given the supply chain issues, I'm not sure. It talked about the yearly cost being about $17,000 a year, but didn't say what the cost was in the most recent year. So is it going up? Is it going down? I assume it's going up, but by how much? And I think given I think this thing only had like 30,000 miles or something on it, although with the engine running, which I think they tend to keep their engine running all the time. They said it's 300,000 miles equivalent. But for me, what would have been helpful in terms of making the decision would be to know what is the yearly cost in the more recent years, right? If it's like 50,000, is fastly increasing maintenance costs, then you could probably justify it. But if the maintenance cost has been roughly the same over the past few years, and it's not that much, I think we should defer it until we kind of get past the supply chain crunch and then look at purchasing it. And I think it would have been good to actually have competitive bids on this as well, because it is about almost $400,000. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see if could city clerk's office assist with slides. I have just a few items of note for this evening. There we go. Thank you very much, Mahia. Next slide, please. Okay, just to lead off with our weekly update related to the pandemic, would note, as has been discussed earlier this evening, we are tracking the Omicron variant, obviously locally as well as nationwide. As of, I believe it was last week, we said it hadn't arrived in the US. So how quickly things change. So that said, we will continue to monitor clearly mixed signals in terms of information being provided, and we'll continue to share information as we have it. In the meanwhile, would note existence of shots of information and appointments available through the county's website, sccfreevax.org, as well as testing information available, testing available locally in Palo Alto, both through the city as well as PAUST, although we don't have that one listed here, cityofpaloalto.org/testing. Next slide, please. Okay, also want to put a plug into community members to share your priorities or priorities that you believe the city should be focused on in 2022. This is our annual process through which the Policy and Services Committee will be discussing priorities at its meeting in 2 weeks. Then as part of the City Council's retreat after the first of the year, we'll take community input as well. We have a news item on our homepage dedicated to the city priorities survey. So community members are welcome to submit their thoughts through this process, as well as upcoming meetings. Next slide, please. Okay, and it is the holidays. So while we've got serious business, it's important to not lose sight of the holidays. And we've got a couple of programs here of note: the home decorating contest, as well as the holiday toy drive, both of which are highlighted on our homepage, with the toy drive in particular having its own site. There's registration for the holiday decorating. And I think not talking out of school by saying I received word today that Christmas Tree Lane is running as of this weekend on the 11th. So more information on that, I'm sure available through social networks. But again, opportunity to socially distance and appropriately enjoy the holiday decorations around town. Next slide, please. All right, just in terms of upcoming meeting later this week, we've got our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee meeting on Thursday this week on the 9th at 9 to 11:30 p.m. or a.m. Excuse me, not p.m. And more information on the city's webpage. Next slide, please. Then noting that we will have a change in the processing of the city's garbage material. Again, this should be not really affecting homeowners through the garbage collection services, but we are changing the method of processing recovery, compostables, and recyclables through the city's programs. So this will be a successor agreement to our Smart Station programs. Information on that available again on our homepage under news. Next slide, please. Then just as we approach the end of the calendar year, note that at next week's City Council meeting, we will have, actually that's not correct. We will not have the NVCAP concept plan review. Apologies for correction needed there. We will have our Sustainability Climate Action Plan update. The NVCAP will come back to the council in January. Also note that on January 3rd, we'll have the council's organizational meeting at 6 p.m. while noting that many of our meetings this calendar year have started at 5 p.m. for this organizational meeting on January 3rd. That will be at 6 p.m. Also coming up later in January, potential business tax actions and long-range financial forecast discussion. I would note at your December 13th meeting, not indicated here, we have added a discussion item related to the timing of in-person meetings, opportunity to do a check-in on both the council meetings as well as board and commission meetings heading into January. And I believe that's it. Next slide, please. And with that, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Take it off mute. Thank you. And again, I would ask that council members, if they're present, please leave their camera on. We're moving on to our action calendar. First item is item number 9, which is adoption of an interim urgency ordinance in response to SB 9, adoption of objective standards for SB 9 products, an interim urgency ordinance, an interim ordinance, and then the potential refer to PTC and ARB on a permanent ordinance. So would staff like to go ahead and get us started?
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Rachel Tanner, our Assistant Director, will make the presentation, but before she begins, I just wanted to maybe state the obvious. We have a fairly complicated ordinance before you this evening. There's a lot of complication in state law itself, and each of these laws, not just SB 9, but many of the other ones that we'll touch on tonight, are layered in a way that you can't just read one in isolation. All these things sort of are in a way to define the regulatory landscape for us. And we still have questions, us and other jurisdictions as well, about SB 9, and we're continuing to understand those, and we, and even this evening we have another edit that you'll hear about in Rachel's presentation. So we anticipate that we'll be coming back to the City Council in the first quarter of next year with some additional refinements as we continue to attempt to roll this out. These ordinances that are before you, they are stopgap measures to give us some more time in response to SB 9. And so we do expect that we're going to be coming back at various times during the year to update and eventually have a permanent ordinance for the council to consider. Just wanted to make 2 other notes. I just wanted to recognize and appreciate there's a tremendous amount of staff work that went into preparing this work for the council this evening. A good half dozen city employees working on this, and we have a consultant as well that's been supporting us. So in that vein, the second point, don't be surprised if you hear from a couple of us as we navigate through this, either correcting ourselves or clarifying some points. You may see some faces that you don't typically see or haven't seen in a while. If you can just give us a little bit of latitude as we navigate through this with you this evening. So Ms. Tanner, if you wouldn't mind taking it from here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Clerk. And I think we can head to the next slide. So just want to remind the council what we have on the agenda tonight, what the staff recommendation is to adopt the attached interim urgency ordinance, which is attachment A. And that does include, as Jonathan mentioned, will be additional lot split regulation, which we'll speak about later in the presentation. And this urgency ordinance would immediately integrate Senate Bill 9 into the Palo Alto Municipal Code, and by reference, adopt objective design standards for qualifying SB 9 projects. And that was a separate attachment C. We also have an interim ordinance, which is attachment B, which is identical for the most part to the interim urgency ordinance, but it does also integrate SB 478, which we'll also speak about later on, and some changes to our demolition and deconstruction ordinance. The interim urgency ordinance does need a supermajority of the council members to pass. And both ordinances, both interim urgency and interim ordinance, didn't follow our normal process where we would take them to the Planning and Transportation Commission to get a recommendation to the council. So that's why they're a little bit out of our norm, but we do want to bring them before you. And part of the idea too is that if the council wasn't able to pass their interim urgency ordinance, if there wasn't 2/3 majority to support that, that their interim ordinance, which could pass with a simple majority, could be there. And also if we are challenged on the interim urgency ordinance, we have the interim ordinance there to kind of back that up. And that would need a second reading where the urgency ordinance is effective immediately, I believe. And I'll just ask Ms. Stump if I said anything incorrect so far, or anything that she or Albert may want to add to that. Okay, great, thank you. And then lastly is referring to work on a permanent ordinance to the Planning and Transportation Commission and the Architectural Review Board for their work plans, which will be in 2022. Next slide, please. So as Director Late mentioned, there really are a complex web of housing laws that have come into being at the state level over the past several legislative cycles. And so I wanted to use the metaphor of an internet connected web to remind us all that if we are pulling or pushing on one strand of the web, the other parts also move. And so even though we may be thinking about some of the laws from this legislative cycle, SBs 8, 9, and 10, that have captured a lot of media attention, there are laws from prior legislative cycles that are also still in play, and we need to kind of understand all of these laws together. They do create complexity for local governments to navigate, complexity for residents and for would-be builders to navigate, and it can be challenging to understand. Also, the interpretations of these laws, especially the new ones, are wide-ranging and still forthcoming. And you'll hear some of that, and you may have seen it yourself as you look at other cities working with their attorneys and their planners to understand what they think they can do within the bounds of the law. As you know, they don't all agree. We don't always see it or interpret it the same way. And so we, again, will ask your indulgence to ask good questions, and you may not always have satisfying answers, but we are doing the best we can. And we'll see again what comes this next year from the legislative cycle and possibly from case law as well that continues to evolve and shape our interpretation of state laws. Next slide, please. So what we'll do today, we'll focus a little bit on SB 9, since that's one of the most impactful new laws for local governments and for the city of Palo Alto. We'll talk about those impacts that it will have here and the response that we've proposed, which is the ordinance and objective standards. We'll talk about SB 478 and also the part of the ordinance responding to that. And lastly, addressing the demolition and deconstruction, which is really something here local for Palo Alto, but again, affected by the state laws. Next slide. So to move into a little bit about SB 9, want to just highlight that this law is, this overview is just going to be an overview of a few key points of the law. It's not meant to be a redux of the entire law. So again, it's going to be just a few slides summarizing some key parts of SB 9. Next slide. So overall, what SB 9 does, the California Home Act by Tony Atkins, it requires ministerial approval of two things. One, a 2-unit housing development, so 2 homes on a lot that is zoned for single-family residential use, or an urban lot split, a one-time subdivision of an existing single-family residential parcel into 2 parcels, and allowing 2 homes on each of those lots if 2 lots do exist. Next slide. The approvals must be based only on objective standards and cannot preclude the construction of at least 2 units of at least 800 square feet. Denials are only permitted if projects do not meet objective standards or if there's a specific adverse impact on public health and safety. And there are limitations on how jurisdictions can regulate projects, including limitations on setbacks, parking requirements, and the requirement that the that attached buildings must be allowed. Next slide. So which parcels are affected by SB 9? There are some qualifying criteria. It's pretty much all single-family residential zone properties within urbanized areas, which is the entire city of Palo Alto, except for environmentally sensitive areas where mitigations are not possible. So that would be like the floodplain, flood zones, or in areas that are prone to wildfire. But again, if mitigations can mitigate those risks, then it would be allowed, as well as listed historic properties and listed historic districts. And additionally, generally demolition is not permitted for rental units or deed restricted rental units. Next slide. So this graphic here was in your packet. It features some potential development scenarios. As you can see from the watermark there, it's marked draft, and this is developed by ABAG to try to help jurisdictions understand what SB 9 does. Part of the reason it's draft, though, is because they're still trying to make sure that they can understand everything about it. But I did think it was, for the most part, a pretty good graphic representation of what's possible under SB 9. The one caveat I will say is our interpretation of column C would suggest that even a lot with a non-conforming duplex today could have additional units located there. So other than column C, I think we do support most of the scenarios here. And so moving from left to right, you can see if there were a vacant lot today that was zoned for single family residential, it could become up to 4 units by having 2 homes plus 2 ADUs or JADUs on that property, or it could be split. And again, still 4 homes total, whether it's 2 units and 2 ADUs, or how those would be constructed would be kind of in that, could be in that configuration. You could have a lot that already has a single family home on it that adds additional units. So you can see in B2, it's added another kind of what we'll call primary unit. So thinking of the duplex, if maybe those are 2 equally sized homes and then 2 ADUs, the smaller ones that are in the back there. Or it could be that there's a detached duplex or attached duplex building, and then it's split into a second lot that has a home and an ADU there. And then going into the last column, column D, you can see maybe there's a home that already has added an ADU that's there today. And in 2022, they could add another unit there, or if they could split that lot, and then that resulting split lot could have 2 units. Again, what you see as the common thing and the bottom line, literally the bottom row, is up to 4 units, 4 homes allowed on a lot that today allows just 1 home to exist. Next slide. So we want to talk a little bit about the local application of SB 9 and other laws. And this is the table in your packet that kind of went over kind of the way that it is today and kind of the way that it will be. I'll try to go through these a little bit quickly just to be efficient, but again, please do ask questions. Next slide. So the first scenario is a single-story, single-family home that's going to be located in the R1 or RE. And so right now what happens is an applicant would file a building permit application, and essentially that home is ministerially reviewed and approved. And if they want to do something exceptional or out of the ordinary, then discretionary approval may be needed. And what will happen in 2022 is generally the same process would continue, except that the property owner can freeze some zoning rules for the pre-application. There's a limit of 5 hearings, which those 2 things you'll see repeated throughout the chart and throughout the presentation. And that single unit homes are subject to local objective standards and also to subjective standards that were adopted before January 2020. And the building permit for the replacement home must be reviewed and approved prior to the demolition of the home via deconstruction. Next slide. When you're talking about a 2-story single family home in the R1 or the RE, today the 2 family homes go through the individual review process, or we call IR process for short. And that has to comply with the IR guidelines, which are really meant to help shape the building and make it more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So what will happen next year is that the IR program will continue to apply to 2-story single family homes. Again, property owners can freeze the rules and have a limit of 5 hearings for those homes, but will essentially be the same process as we have today. Next. When you have a single family home that has an ADU or a JADU in the R1 or RE, today that project, because it's 2 units, qualifies as a housing development project under the Housing Accountability Act. And so the IR process today will apply if it's a 2-story home with an ADU and or JADU, but we can't deny the project based on subjective criteria. We can condition the approval. So what does that mean? That means as the applicant's going through the IR process, they're getting feedback from our staff and from our consultants. And so there may be feedback to make a change to the design. And if it's not made to the satisfaction of the city, then we can condition the project that it shall be made and state specifically what that change shall be. If it's, you know, some type of material or a fenestration pattern or the height or shape or depth, a dimension of something could be stated as needing to happen in order for the project to be approved. Again, we can't add any new subjective standards, and it's limited to 5 hearings. So next year, what will happen? We'll have a new category of projects, which would be SB 9 qualifying projects. Every property project won't qualify for SB 9, but for those who do, the primary home and the ADU and or JADU are ministerially approved. And a home, you know, can decide, a project could say, well, we want to do something different than the objective standards you all have. And we'd say, great, that's fine. You can use the IR process to have that reviewed and to do something that's a little maybe outside of the box. Other projects that are not subject to SB 9 that don't qualify, they would be 2-story. The 2-story primary home is subject to the IR process and would go through that, but the ADU and JADU portion would be ministerial reviewed and approved. Next slide. We talk about a duplex in the R2 zone. So this is again properties that are zoned for 2 units. Right now, there's a building permit application. It has to adhere to zoning development standards. So that means like the setback, the heights, other things have to comply. The IR process applies to these projects when the duplex is located next to a single family home and no new subjective standards are allowed and up to 2 detached ADUs are allowed. So next year, there will be no changes to this process. SB 9 does not apply to R2 zone properties. So that will continue to be the same way it is today. Next slide. When you want to want to propose a duplex in the R1 or RE, right now today, not allowed. You're allowed to have a single family home with a JADU and or ADU. Next year, January 1st, SB 9 qualifying projects can add another unit, build 2 units out the gate if there is an empty lot, or add up to another unit, and can add up to 2 detached ADUs for 4 units total. Again, the project could use the IR process if it needed to. And the way it will be, if it's not qualifying for SB 9, you still cannot do a duplex in an R1 or RE zone property. Next slide. And then for lot splits. So this is just a really summarized version of what we have for lot splits. There are a lot of different types of lot splits. There's kind of standard lot splits and then ones that don't meet our standards. So just generally, R1 is generally required to have a 6,000 square foot lot, 60 feet wide by 100 feet deep. And the 2-step process that folks go through is a preliminary parcel map application followed by parcel map application. And an ADU or JADU is allowed on those lots that result from those splits. And a parcel map with exception process can happen when it doesn't meet the above criteria. Again, next year, what will happen, we'll have a new process, which we're calling urban lot splits, which are those SB 9 lot splits. The initial lot must be at least 2,400 square feet. It can be up to a 60-40 split between the sizes of the 2 lots. The city can require resulting lots have street frontage or street access, and an ADU or JADU is not allowed if there are 2 units on each lot. So again, up to 4 units total, basically between the 2 lots that result, and we don't necessarily have to add ADU or JADU if there are already 2 units on the lots. And the way it will be for other projects, they still have the process to the left. If they want to subdivide their lot and do a lot split, they have the general process and then the parcel map with exception process available to them. Next slide. And so just a little bit of kind of trying to put a little color and imagery on what we're talking about. One of the things that's important to understand about the urban lot splits is we must allow 2 units of at least 800 square feet for a total of 1,600 square feet of buildable area. And it could be 1 or 2-story buildings. What you see here is in the gray that's underneath this kind of an image that we use in our technical manual to kind of explain some of our design criteria. And what you can see in the blue is that under SB 9 for those qualifying projects, the rear and side setbacks are smaller. They're 4 feet maximum required, or is the maximum we can require on the side and rear setbacks. That means that the yellow portion, the buildable area, has increased. So you can see where it says rear yard before, that's now in the yellow. So that gray area that says buildable area, the yellow area and box really represent the new buildable area because those setbacks at the rear and side have been decreased. The front yard, though, remains unchanged, which is generally 20 feet back, but it can vary across the city, and every zoning district doesn't have the exact same front yard, but that's a general kind of sense of the dimension of the front yard, which is unchanged under SB 9. Next slide. And then again, just another image trying to give a flavor of the lot split potential that we could see. So on the left, you see the current regulations. Let's imagine you have a 6,000 square foot lot, that standard lot size that we talked about. The floor area ratio that's allowed is 0.45 for the first 5,000 square feet of the home and 0.3 for any square footage beyond that size. And so in this example, we have a home, a single family dwelling that is 2,550 square feet, and they've added a detached ADU in the backyard of 800 square feet. The SB 9 regulations over here, you can see that there's a lot that's been split in 2. So again, that 6,000 square foot lot has become 2 3,000 square foot lots. The FAR is still 0.45. The floor area for each lot is 2,150 square feet. And the total floor area of both properties is 4,300 square feet when you add up that single family dwelling of 1350 plus the ADU of 800, and then add that up across all of the lots. So again, that's an example of 4 units across the 2 lots with 2 units on each lot of home and an ADU. Next slide. And so I'm going to go in a little bit of our objective standards and our local choices that we can make as a city council. Next slide. So this is our little bit of summary of our IR objective, our IR guidelines, and how we translated those into objective design guidelines. So we have 5 guidelines: site planning, garage, driveway, and house, neighborhood compatibility for height, mass, and scale, resolution of architectural form, massing, and roof lines, visual character of street-facing facades and entries, and privacy from second floor windows and decks. And so each IR guideline is broken down into key points. And what we've done is taken those discretionary key points and turn them into objective standards. I'm going to go over a few. I will probably not read all of the language on the slide, but we can go back to them if you need to, but just a few to try to give a little bit of flavor again to what we've done to try to create objective standards. Next slide. So with this one, you can see this is under the guideline 1 of site planning. The key point was to locate an upper floor well back from the front facade and or away from side lot lines if the home is adjacent to a small or 1-story homes. And you can see the resulting objective standard, contextual side massing step back, where a home on an abutting lot across the side lot line is single story or has a second floor area less than 500 square feet. Each proposed structure located within 20 feet of the side lot line shall step back the upper floor from the lower floor along the side of the structure at least 7 feet for at least 50% of the depth of the structure. So one thing that you'll note is as we go from subjective to more objective, we have to get more specific. And so you'll see that the objective standards have a lot more words and a lot more description as to be specific to what we want to see when a project is coming in the door. And in this particular case, what we're seeing is trying to get that second floor, if that second floor is proposed in the project, to be set back, because remember, the side setbacks and rear setbacks are much more reduced now than what they were. And so you'll have homes that are much closer to their neighboring properties. And so this is kind of reflecting trying to have some of that massing be reduced and shaping the building, and also kind of pushing it back away from the side property lines, especially at the second floor of those proposed structures. Next slide. So again, this is another one under guideline 1. Again, thinking about the footprint of the house and how to make it fit more with the neighborhood. And again, trying to translate that into how to make sure we're distributing the floor area across the property or across the first and second story if there is a second story. Next slide. This is under guideline 2, neighborhood compatibility for mass, scale, and height. And this was trying to avoid a significant height contrast between adjacent roof angles. And so basically trying to have a way to make sure that homes are compatible with their neighboring homes. And again, a lot more words to get to it when we have to be very specific about how we're measuring that. And so in this case, it's averaging the height of the eaves of the neighboring buildings to make sure that the new building, like let's say this home in the middle was the new building, isn't too out of scale with the properties that are neighboring to it. Next slide. Again, guideline 2 with the neighborhood compatibility for height, mass, and scale. This is talking about volumes. And so you can see the home that's here in the image, you can see how there's both 1-story and 2-story volumes as part of that home. And this guideline is essentially, the standard is essentially requiring that if there are going to be different levels, that there are at least one single story building form that's part of the home, if it is a 2-story home. Next slide. Guideline 3, resolution of architectural form, massing, and roof lines. And so this is going again from consider using the vocabulary of particular architectural style to define a home's visual form, to saying only no more than 2 types of roof forms shall be used. And then it goes on to give some examples of types of roof forms. And so a building can combine 2 of those roof forms, but we don't want to see more than 2 different types of roof forms being used. Next slide. Guideline 4, visual character of street-facing facades and entries. And this is simply defining what does it mean to have a visual entry point for the home. It could be at least 50 square feet of glazing in a large window, multi-panel window, glazed door, or a bay window form, or it might be a roofed or trellis porch. and then it gives the dimensions for those. And then on the right, you can see just some images of example entryways that we are kind of talking about that kind of give that visual character and that street interest for the street facing facades. And this would be for corner lots, they would have two street facing facades. Next slide. Again, guideline 4, visual character. This is again talking about entries and porches and how to design and the dimensions of those porches. Next slide. Guideline 5 is about privacy from second floor windows and decks. And so what you can see in this one in particular is, the key point was to design the house to mitigate possible privacy impacts by providing non-transparent glazing, significant landscaping, architectural screens, sufficient distance between houses, etc. And so this one has been translated that for any upper floor facing interior lot line located less than 20 feet from a side and less than 30 feet from a rear lot line. So again, remember those side setbacks and rear setbacks got quite smaller. Permanent exterior glazing, exterior mounted permanent architectural privacy screens, windows with sill heights that are above 5 feet. So you can see in this image, some of the sill heights for some of those windows kind of towards the left side of the home on the upper story, the sill heights are quite high compared with the lower story where you can see a taller window with a lower sill height. Next slide. And this is the last one on the objective standards. This is again talking about balconies and decks. So you can see basically that second story decks are not permitted or only permitted to the extent that they result in minimal loss of privacy to side and rear facing properties. And that is then translated here into an objective standard. And you can see the image on the right that that deck there is one, it's facing the street front. And you can't actually see into the neighboring property from that deck. So wanting to make sure we're minding privacy. Next slide. So a little bit about affordable housing. Currently, 1 and 2 unit developments are exempt from the city's affordable housing requirements. But the existing requirements of 15% for inclusionary or the impact fees that are applicable can be extended to new units under SB 9. The in lieu fees apply when a new unit can be sold separately, and the impact fees would apply in all other situations. If council wants to implement this policy, council may direct staff to include the appropriate language in the ordinance, which would be to amend chapter 16.65 to subject 2 unit properties under SB 9 to the city's affordable housing requirements. Next slide. Additional, we talked about possibly adding and recommending additional urban lot split regulations. The staff are recommending that we add the language that's in quotes here, that newly created lot line shall not render an existing structure non-complying in any respect, nor increase the degree of non-compliance of an existing non-compliant structure. Staff also want to return early in 2022 before the permanent ordinance with additional regulations related to urban lot splits. We put a lot of time into looking at our objective standards and translating those, and we do think there's quite a bit of room to design how we want lot splits to be laid out in the city. That will be very important, and we think we can develop some standards to those that council can approve but not need to amend the code to implement those. Next slide. And I'm almost done here. Referral for ARB and PTC. These are just some of the items that council may wish to refer to ARB and PTC for development of the permanent ordinance, in addition to other topics that the council may identify. Next slide. And then, of course, just a brief note on potential alternative course of action could be to rezone R1 and RE parcels to R2, and then they would not be subject to the provisions of SB 9. There was a correction to the staff report that needs to be made, which was stated that we would not maybe be able to downzone later if the council took this course of action. But since what we really can't do is we can't make any downzoning as of January 1st, 2018. And so we believe that the city could reverse the increase in intensity since it would have occurred after January 1st, 2018, today, 2021. Still 4 units would be allowed per lot, which would be a duplex and 2 detached units, detached ADUs. We could have our own design and development standards, parking, setbacks, et cetera, and discretionary review processes. Really the only difference would be urban lot splits not allowed. And again, having some of our own process and design. Next slide. So SB 478, I'll just provide a brief overview of this law. It's relatively straightforward compared to SB 9. It's got 1 slide. Next slide, please. So this law prohibits a local agency from imposing a floor area ratio that is less than 1 to 1 on housing development projects that consist of 3 to 7 units, or less than 1.25 to 1 for projects of 8 to 10 units, and prevents us from having lot coverage requirements that would prohibit these projects from coming to fruition. It's a fairly straightforward change to our code, and staff do recommend updating Title 18 for consistency. Even if the update isn't made, the state law does apply, but the update does help just provide consistency for staff and members of the public who are looking at our code. Next slide. Demolition and deconstruction. Next slide. Again, a short topic. So when the city adopted its deconstruction ordinance, it inadvertently invalidated portions of the planning and zoning code. Specifically, since all projects are required to be deconstructed now instead of demolished, the requirements related to approval of a replacement project before demolition no longer apply. And so initially this was part of our code to try to incentivize people to choose deconstruction before they had to do it. But now that you have to deconstruct, those projects are no longer subject to no net loss provisions and don't have to have an approved replacement project because of the language of our code. And so staff proposed rectifying that by making sure we remove the exception for deconstruction from this requirement to have an approved replacement project. Next slide. So again, just the recommendation here that we began with for council's consideration about the interim urgency ordinance with the additional lot split, if council does find that to be worthy of being added, the interim ordinance, and then referring the permanent ordinance to the PTC and to the ARB. So with that, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. And Mayor, I just wanted to thank you, Rachel, for that. And then Mayor, I just wanted to let the council know we have the At Places memo too that we transmitted this afternoon. A couple of your colleagues had an interest in this and put together some thoughts in a draft colleagues memo, which we have transmitted this afternoon. Wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
And I also just wanted to highlight that our ordinances say a emergency ordinance takes 4/5 vote, not 2/3, which is 6 council members. So let's go to members of the public. If you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, and we will go with 2 minutes a speaker, given the number of speakers. And our first speaker will be Liz Gardner.
Hi, Honorable City Council. I just wanted to reiterate that, you know, your staff was talking about the complexity of SB 9, and just to put it in simplistic terms, we're really lacking in affordability in housing, and the solution here to me is dilution. I really feel that the more diluted housing becomes, the more availability and the more diverse and inclusive our community becomes. So as stated, I think it was in last week's meeting, there was also a presentation by Housing Development, and as everybody, you know, well understands, rents are, you know, just out of this universe in Palo Alto. And I was surprised that staff was not understanding the rental market in Palo Alto. And I was really hoping a council member would actually return and say, hey, you guys are supposed to be doing this rental survey, or we want this done. And there's a lack of understanding about what it means or what the cost of renting in Palo Alto is. In fact, probably many staff employees don't even get to live here because rents are so high. So that said, I just really urge that there's diversity in our housing development. I've been speaking to council, it's going on, it's 8 years now since the last housing element. And there has been some positive moves towards affordable housing. I think the city, you know, loosening its ADUs, rules and regs, and these state bills coming down the pike. I really hope that, you know, it's not just the character of the neighborhood or these, by the way, the designs of these profiles in the presentation were just absolutely amazing. I would have liked to see.
Our clock's off. We were going for 2 minutes a speaker. If you
Oh,
could
it
finish your
says,
sentence.
it says 47 seconds?
Yeah, they accidentally put 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, anyway, just, I really support a diversity in housing. Dilution is the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Curtis Smoller.
Thank you. My name is Curtis Smoller. I have looked at what you said today, and I am a little bit confused because my understanding is that you can't, I don't know if you can hear me because the clock's not going, but there we go. But as you know, the city cannot reduce the rights of people. It can only increase the rights under a state law. In this case, the stated purpose of the law is that California is facing a severe housing crisis and Californians need real housing solutions. Basically, this was done to create over 1.8 million homes. So the first thing is that if you do decrease the protections of SB 9, which are to protect the ability or create new housing, that would be in contradiction of state law and you would be subject to homeowners suing you. The second thing I would say is that if you do this and you reduce the amount of rights that each individual homeowner has, that is inverse condemnation essentially, and you would have to pay them the value of the property that you are taking away from them. This is simple property rights, not even, it's a Lockean property right. It has nothing to do with housing. So you are basically disenfranchising the owners of these houses. Yeah, and basically, I mean, you know, I've been practicing land use law for, 25 years, as you know, because whenever I speak to you about being involved, I tell you this. But basically, what you're trying to do is take people's rights away. People who own property, who paid a lot of money for their property, and you want to take those rights away from them, and you don't want to pay them for it. And if that's the case, then I think you're going to have a lot of people upset. So I would say you'd have to create a reserve for this, for all of the money you'd have to pay the people for their houses, and for all the lawyers for when you hire all the lawyers who gave you this bad advice to then litigate it. So anyway, I think you should also vote on reserving a couple of $1 million because when you get sued.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Quinn.
Thank you to council. I believe it's fair to say that city council has been altogether hostile to the recent increased state intervention in our housing locally. I'm just going to play some of the hits here, and I hope I'm getting them right. Among other things, tiptoeing up to the edge of a Brown Act violation by choosing working group members on a weekend and off the record. A attempted appeal of our RENA goals, which I understand was rejected unanimously, which was a pretty futile and rather embarrassing act. Recently, our city was featured in a New York Times opinion piece, which was quite critical of some action or inaction that Palo Alto has taken in the past. If we adopt rules that make it hard to implement SB 9 in our town, among the other consequences we could face are problems with California HCD, including with Attorney General Rob Bonta, who has his eyes on this. We will be facing lawsuits. Los Altos Hills is attempted to do something. The YIMBY law is evidently already considering a lawsuit. Yeah, we're in pretty bad shape here. And I'd like to point something out. A couple of members of council, including Mayor Tom Du Bois, have expressed support for a state initiative that would roll back some of the state housing laws. This is not going to work. It might make it to the ballot, but it's going to fail. There isn't the money to pass this thing. If we continue to thumb our nose at the state, we're going to get stepped on. They're going to step in and intercede, and we're just putting ourselves in a worse and worse position. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron James.
I would have to say that I concur with Liz Gardner, Curtis Smoller, and Michael Quinn. We just have to start allowing homeowners to build housing for the housing crisis in Palo Alto. And boy, just right out of the gate, I mean, I have a lot of respect for Ms. Tanner, but it was like, wait a minute, you're going to make this so complicated and so difficult that what Curtis said is probably underestimated. I would say you might want to put in Palo Alto $100 million away for potential lawsuits. It's a litigious city. What is it? 45% of the folks are renters. We know we must stress low-income housing and allow the people that own the property that want to do that to be able to do it without unnecessary restrictions and game playing by anybody in city council. I'm not suggesting anybody's going to play the game. I want to be optimistic that you all are going to follow through on the spirit of AB 9. And also we're going to bring in, gives us an opportunity to start talking about reparations as well. People may want to make certain that they rent out their property to people who have been the victims of oppression in this country for more than 4 centuries, so that we can bring in the question of, does AB 9 also allow us to start to pay back through the reparations model? There's a lot to think about here. I'm a criminal defense attorney, not a land use attorney like Mr. Smaller. So, I'm talking sort of more on an equitable basis, but I'm going to be here and I'm asking you to simplify your language, not obfuscate. Let's make this happen. Let's make the implementation of AB 9 something that we can be proud of and not look like we're again trying to suppress the needs of the people. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Bill Ross.
Good evening. I think there's an issue in both the interim urgency ordinance and the interim ordinance with design standards that does impair property rights. And I think that's associated. Why isn't there consideration for the issue of solar panels being impaired with respect to their capacity to generate green power? Solar panel users are required to sign a contract with the city. It's predicated on a 20-year life. Certainly that should be a design standard that's taken into consideration with respect to adjoining properties, whether it be side or rear. I also think that there has to be an honest assessment by city staff and by agencies like the League of California Cities and CSAC about there's no exemption, and this goes to the point I raised earlier, of water supply assessments being accomplished for this increase in density. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be a commitment to meet affordable housing, but HCD doesn't have any regulations about how this is to relate with a water supply assessment, or for that matter, with a water supply verification. Your own urban water management plan is not like those of surrounding agencies, which takes into consideration the 500-year drought and acknowledged by federal agencies standard on which water supply assessments and verification should be made. But at a minimum, the design standard with respect to a well-articulated goal in your comprehensive plan about generating alternative electric sources should be part of those, both the interim and the urgency ordinance. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Rebecca Eisenberg.
Thank you. You just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a presentation that clearly had the goals of give us an ordinance that will protect us from SB 9, while, as others have pointed out, SB 9 actually empowers property owners, and there's nothing to be protected from. First, and there are a large number of just lies or inaccuracies in the presentation given by Rachel Tanner, who is not a lawyer. Number one, these are just a few of them. Number one, Tanner insisted that you could potentially downzone R1 lots to R2. First of all, you cannot do that. That would be a violation of state law, federal law, and would most likely be a taking. Second of all, despite anything that Tanner said, SB 9 actually does apply to R2 lots, just as it applies to R1 lots. How do I know that? I'm in the process of converting an RH2 lot from a single family home to an 8-unit building. I am going to make lots of money from that, and I'm going to create 7 more units of housing. I have that right under state law. 3, objective standards. The law is very clear in section 65852.21, subsection 2A, that you cannot impose standards that are going to restrict the ability of actually constructing these units, which is what you're trying to do. Number 4, ADUs, JDUs. You claim that you can prohibit ADUs and JDUs on these lot splits, on split lots. Actually, the law does enable, as a matter of law, 8 units on any single family home. Here's why. That prohibition only applies to homeowners who, gosh, I gotta get this thought out, who actually take advantage of both provisions. You can put 2 homes on 1 lot, and on each of those 2 homes, you haven't split your lot. On each of those 2 homes, you still have your state mandated right to have an ADU and a JDU. Look it up. You cannot prohibit this. Don't try. Thank you.
And our final speaker will be Kelsey Baines.
Thanks.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Kelsey Baines, and I want to start by just expressing my gratitude to the state legislature for their courage in taking on exclusionary zoning. I know many of you don't agree with their efforts, but I do appreciate that they made significant strides this year to make different kinds of housing possible in neighborhoods where the only thing where it was possible to build 5 or 6 years ago was just a very expensive house. So we have a very dire housing crisis, and we know that things like duplexes and ADUs are more inexpensive housing options as compared to single family homes. When I was a child, a duplex allowed my mom to have a place that she could afford to buy when she became a single family or a single mom. So it was important to me personally in my childhood. It gave me stability. And I appreciate how much staff time went into preparing this presentation, but I wish that that staff time was focused on making it easier to create duplexes and lower cost housing options. We know from the Turner Center report that for the most part, SB 9 is not going to be financially viable for most homeowners. We're most likely to see subdivisions of existing properties into duplexes, but the financial reality here in Palo Alto is that most people are still going to be incentivized to build McMansions and take $3 million homes and turn them into $7 million homes. So my final point is just about affordability requirements. If you do enact an in lieu fee, I hope to see that also enacted on these great big McMansion developments that we see as kind of the modal development around town. Thank you.
All right, that was our last public speaker. We'll come back to council for discussion. And just looking at our schedule, we're scheduled for another hour. So it's a big item. We'll try to be efficient. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I want to start by thanking staff for Table 1 and Attachment C and the examples on page 213, very helpful, and for the images in the slides tonight. There is indeed a lot of information, and I appreciate the efforts to present it in a way that is accessible. Before I begin, I'd just like to ask the city attorney to address a comment that was made by a member of the public. Do you believe that a member of our staff this evening lied during this presentation?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I have a number of questions. I'm going to start with just the ordinances. It's a little hard to understand the differences from the staff report, and you referenced it briefly tonight. Could you just give us another take at what's the actual substantive difference? I understand the difference between the urgency versus just the regular interim, but can you just hit the high points of what's different between these two?
Certainly, Councilmember Cormack, and I'll ask Mr. Yang if he would like to take this question.
Sure. So aside from the procedural difference, the only substantive difference is that the interim ordinance has some provisions related to SB 478. Other than that, they're identical.
And why are they not in the urgency ordinance?
Well, because SB 478 is going to go into effect no matter what. And what we're doing to our code is just updating it so that it aligns. So there's no confusion about what the applicable regulations are. So there's no urgency to enacting those provisions.
I see. Okay, thanks. As always, there are unintended consequences, and I guess we inadvertently created a problem for ourselves when we went forward with the deconstruction ordinance. Okay, a whole bunch of other questions. In the objective standards, is all of the descriptions of the feet and the setback and the height on second stories, is that essentially a replacement for daylight planes, or are daylight planes still a thing?
Daylight planes would be separate from that. I don't know, Ms. Gerhart, if you want to give any more
Yeah,
distinction.
Yeah, and maybe while Jody's coming on board, there are, you're correct. There's the daylight plane requirement, which prevails still as a part of the code. No change to that. What these other standards do is reflect, and I'll say this with respect to all of the objective standards, we have, I think, nearly 2 decades worth of data on processing individual review applications, and we process about 100 applications a year. And so the objective standards that we presented for the council is a reflection of that experience and shows the types of projects that get approved under different types of situations. And so that's what we've added to here. We still have the IR process, but what we've created was an SB9 sort of streamlined review that meets a set of development standards based on what is typically approved in terms of height, daylight plane, and these additional step backs. So we just tried to got into an objective standard to have that move forward. Each one of those projects would fall well below the daylight plane requirements.
Okay.
Jody, anything else you want to add to that?
I think you answered it perfectly. We just do in table 2 in 1812 is where we have our development standards. That does have the daylight plane standards. It goes up 10 feet and then over 45 degrees. That's already an objective standard. And so there's nothing we need to do with that.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Working my way through attachment C, I think it was, there are a lot of proposed changes for Eichlers. Are any of those making voluntary, because I know we have our voluntary design guidelines. Do some of the things listed in there make voluntary things that have been voluntary mandatory? I mean, there's a fair amount of specificity about, the type of cladding and stuff.
Yeah, so maybe Amy French, I think you've had you were working close.
We
I think we lost Jonathan.
It looks like we're getting Amy instead. So.
Okay, and I think part of what Amy might tell us a little bit is about, part of what we also set up is that there is the path to go through the IR process still. So if someone doesn't like the specificity, there is an off ramp. It's just through the discretionary path. Amy, did you want to add some things about the Eichler guidelines that we've developed?
Just that the Eichler guidelines, yes, they are a voluntary set of guidelines, and they're very helpful for the Professorville district. But as we know with SB9, historic properties, historic districts are not a part of the SB9 set of properties. So I'm sorry, I'm speaking about.
Yeah, I
got confused with.
I do have that as a question for later. This one is specifically about the Eichlers. Yeah.
Eichlers, yeah. So they are voluntary, so they would not be mandated. But we did take a look at those as we were developing the objective standards. But the objective standards are mostly related to what we already have in our individual view guidelines, which do reference Eichler style tracks.
Okay, so we're not making any of the voluntary guidelines mandatory.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. I see my time is up. And I have at least one more round of questions. Thanks.
Member Philseth.
Oh, is my hand actually up? I actually had a couple questions, and thanks. What's the difference between we can't deny a project based on subjective criteria, but we can condition approval of it based on subjective criteria?
Yes, it may
What
seem
does that mean?
contradiction. So it means that you can't, if a criteria for rejection of a project, and this could apply to other scales of project as well, not just to, a home or a duplex.
Right.
If we have a subjective, let's say the ARB, for example, let's say something's going to the ARB and it's a project that the ARB can't reject based on subjective criteria, they could condition the project and say, okay, we're disagreeing about what we think is appropriate material for the front of your house. Then the ARB is just going to tell you that your material shall be this material. And then you've just made a standard, and that's a condition of approval for the project to go forward. That may not be a great example, but that's.
But then if I decide, I don't like that material, I want this other material, so I'm going to do it, and you can't deny
Well, we haven't denied the project. We've approved it with the condition that your material be the material we've determined it shall be.
Okay.
So you have an approval. You can go build the project. If you wanted it to be, I don't know, siding, and we said it had to be brick. I mean, I'm making this up. I'm not a designer, but
no, I understand. Okay, that sort of makes a loopy sense, actually. And then
related to that, I'm sorry, Councilmember. So I'm coming in late. Obviously you saw that I cut out, but we don't have design standards today, right, relative to plating. So I just want to make sure so we didn't try to add new standards that we don't have.
Okay, thanks. I took it as sort of exemplary, right? Okay. And then, we don't normally have people get to 5 hearings on something, so I assume it's sort of a academic kind of thing. But what happens after hearing number 5 if people don't agree?
Well, if it got to hearing number 5, which you could go to 3 ARB hearings and then have an appeal. So that would be kind of a scenario where you might have it, or 3 ARB and a council approval for some part of the project and an appeal. So you've gotten to 5. But if after 5, it's not resolved, Mr. Yang can correct me, but I think it might be deemed approved. You certainly can't go through any more discretionary process.
Yeah, so it depends on the application and the rules that would apply, but we'd have to issue a decision. Right.
And I think that's exclusive of CEQA if CEQA applies. Is that correct?
And the decision has to be approval.
Yeah, if it's if it complies with all your objective standards, you have to approve the project. And I guess at that point you would make the decision, am I going to be adding conditions, to that approval or not? And what are those conditions going to look like? So, and I heard Ms. Tanner make some reference to CEQA. CEQA does not play into the 5, the 5 hearing limit at all. You just have 5 hearings. That's it.
What a lot of work you folks have done on this. So thank you. I see why you used the spider web icon. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. First, I have a question on how garages are counted. So under SB 9, if they did a lot split and 2 residences of a minimum of 800 square feet each, we can require 1 off-street parking space. And is that covered or just a designated space?
I believe that we have required in situations where we can require it a covered parking space for each unit.
Okay, so but that is not necessarily a garage, but simply covered?
I believe it's a garage. Ms. Gerhart, could it be a carport?
Yes, it can be a carport or a garage. It does need to be covered, and those items do count towards the floor area.
Okay, so that was my next question. That's permissible to require it to be a covered garage?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then I had a question on SB 478. On page 14, it lays out the increases in floor area ratios that are mandated up to 1.0 FAR if it's 3 to 7 units, and 1.25 if it's 8 to 10 units. I wasn't sure, and I couldn't find in the staff report how that affects some of our current zoning districts, and what changes in floor area ratios would result from that.
That's a great question. I'm not sure if we have handy the previous table, or maybe Mr. Yang, you can share how we integrated it into the table of the new, or how it's going to be in the code. I think that does show the strikeouts.
Yeah,
if there
so
are any.
it's integrated into our code as basically a new section saying, if you've got one of these qualifying housing developments, you're entitled to this FAR instead of what's in the table. But I think the council member's question was, what is the current FAR in those?
Yeah, what's the change
zones?
basically?
Yeah,
that would
and
occur?
it ranges, I believe, from 0.4 to 1, depending on the density.
Yeah, so for instance, along El Camino, you might have a mixed use project that can do 0.4 commercial and 0.6 residential. This now would be 1.0 residential and 0.4 commercial, or 1.25.
I would actually not have a problem with that kind of change in the mixed use. I frankly think that we need to increase the residential proportion, maybe decrease in some cases the commercial proportion, to encourage and make residential development more competitive for the land versus the commercial development. But we have some other areas that are lower density residential zoning. What kind of FAR changes would result there if something allows a 3 or 4 unit residential complex currently, and it goes up to a 1.0 FAR? That sounds like a significant change.
Yeah, and again, here, maybe we can tap on either Ms. French or Ms. Gerhardt to remind us what say for the RM30 FAR might be.
So there's tables in the packet, the new ordinance packet, page 269 has the table for the multifamily districts. The RM20 is currently 0.5.
Okay, so RM20 would go from 0.5 to 1.25.
At that 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, if it had 8, it depends on the unit count.
Yeah, presumably. Okay, so that's a very big increase there. Let's see, and I wanted to ask briefly about the affordability component. When we tear down a older unit that may occur here as the most attractive for SB9 development, and replace it, what is our latitude? I know a staff report speaks to this, but if you could speak to it, on potentially imposing our standard 15% in lieu fee, or allowing them to designate one of the units, but they'd probably pick the in lieu fee.
Right, we do believe that council has a latitude to require that these units would pay the 15% in lieu fee, or satisfy the 15% inclusion requirement by paying the in lieu fee. And that for some units, though, if it was not an ownership unit, that we could apply the impact fees. It's just that currently, because we don't apply those to 1 and 2 unit developments, they're not. But if we either set it to 1 and 2 unit developments, or so that it applied to SB9 specific projects, then that could be imposed.
Okay,
Mr. Yang
thank
may
you.
have more info if you have more questions on that.
Great, thanks. That's it for now.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to say I appreciate staff's work on getting this on this and getting this to us prior to when SB 9 goes into effect on January 1st. And in addition, I want to specifically thank and acknowledge you, Ms. Tanner, for your work on this and your staff report. I found the staff report and your presentation be very thorough, helpful. I only have a few questions because of that, and I just want to say I think your integrity and your character is unimpeachable. So I thank you for your work on this and all other matters that you serve the city. So a couple of questions. One, I think this was already addressed in in your presentation. Are there any R1 or RE zone properties in Palo Alto that would be exempt from SB 9's location requirements?
For the location requirements, no. I should say, unless there is a property, let's say in the flood zone, or that may be subject to wildfire that could not mitigate the risks that are posed by flooding. Typically, for example, flood zone properties are required to have the base of the foundation be a certain amount elevated above the flood plain. So if for some reason a property couldn't do that, then they wouldn't be able to take advantage of SB 9.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. Thank you. Another one, are there examples of, I didn't see it in the ordinance. I'm wondering if this is possible, if we do this elsewhere, of examples for approved exterior mounted permanent privacy screens for ensuring protection of residents when the second floor windows face an interior lot line. And for, I mean, basically what I'm getting at, I'm concerned about the placement of like deciduous trees being used as privacy screens that will of course fail to provide adequate privacy protections for half the year.
Thank you. I'll ask Ms. Gerhardt if she wants to just give some insight into what type of screens have been used, whether it's permanent or whether it is using trees and other shrubs for privacy.
So I'm just trying to take a look at the items that we've developed. Packet page 238 starts to talk about these regulations and how we would make them objective. But generally they are, that we have permanently obscured glazing. We have exterior mounted screens that would be some sort of, not, I want to say trellis, but it's not a trellis because it's sideways. And then there would also be windows with high sills. Those are generally the items that we use when there are privacy issues like this.
And I think the screening via trees and shrubs would be a different condition that is sometimes opposed. I don't know if so the screen, I think Councilmember Stone would actually be maybe plants could grow on it, but it would be like a trellis. And so there's kind of a permanent non-nature-based, I guess, portion of it. And then there could be additional screening through landscaping.
Yeah, and I guess it's more of a shutter kind of, with pieces of wood.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. So landscaping screening could be a secondary form of screening, but the primary would be those listed here on 238. Okay.
Yes. So they're having to do all 4 of those items in 5.2.
Okay. Helpful. Thank you. And then finally, I'm wondering, can staff confirm regarding the deconstruction ordinance, can staff confirm that the deconstruction ordinance applies to all projects that involve complete building removal, as well as projects that involve partial building removal, such as like a specific percentage of square footage?
I believe that is correct. And Mr. Yang, if you want to confirm this, if there are any scenarios where deconstruction does not apply, there may be is there a threshold that they need to meet?
My impression is that it applies in all cases, but I'll have to double check that. And
We can confirm that, Councilmember Stone.
Great. Yeah, confirmation would be appreciated. Wonderful. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I too want to say, I don't usually say this, but I just want to say that this was a very good report, and thank you so much for it. I actually found it, for the most part, very acceptable. So thank you. I did want to ask clarification questions with regards to the split lot under SB 9. So is ADUs, so right now ADUs and 2 ADUs units are allowed in addition to the 2 structures if somebody builds it on the split lot?
So can you repeat the scenario? It's the lot is split.
And they built the two structures, the two units, then potentially they can add 2 more ADUs.
So
If
our
okay, go ahead.
our understanding of that provision, Councilmember Ku, and it's, I don't think every jurisdiction and agency sees it the same, is that you could split the lot, you could develop let's say, I call it a primary home on each lot, and you could develop an ADU on each lot. So that'd be 4. Or you could split the lot and build 2 duplex style homes. Let's say they're equal size, and again, 4 homes total. If you do, let's say, those 2 duplexes, 1 on each lot, you could then no longer can add ADUs. You have kind of maxed out the buildings that you can have there. Is that correct, Mr. Yang?
Yeah, I think the simplest way to think of it is if you split your lot, you're allowed to have 2 units on each resulting lot. Whether you call it an ADU or not, you can have 2 units in maximum on each lot.
That's maximum. So no 3rd unit or 4th unit.
On the resulting
On the
lot.
split.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. I just wanted to clarify that. Then I wanted to kind of understand the rent control part of it. At this point, AB 1482 does not cover single family homes, but does cover single family homes that's owned by a LLC or corporation.
That's correct.
So that would be like, say, for example, some of the homes that Stanford owns in Palo Alto. Would those houses be covered under the rent control?
I'd have to know more about how they're holding those properties, but certainly we can imagine there are single family homes that are owned by companies that are rented out, as part of their business, not just kind of, a mom and pop landlord who maybe moved from one house to another and, oh, now they're landlords kind of thing.
So are we tracking those houses right now?
We are not, I don't know that we're actively tracking the ownership of the parcels in a proactive manner, but certainly the assessor, we could find those records if we needed to.
Okay. Then Vice Mayor Burt did bring up the affordability factor. I think I mentioned previously in another meeting where they talked about where I spoke and I said that Senator McGuire in one of his city town halls had mentioned that for the most part, for a SB 9 project, all the units could potentially be deed restricted affordable. So I wanted to find out what you have found out about it.
It's a great question, and we did look into that. I see Mr. Yang has come on screen, so he wants to probably add a few things. But I think I think our overall conclusion is that while we can certainly require fees, and certainly whether it's in lieu fee or impact fee, we're not clear that we could do more than 15% inclusionary, or that we could restrict the income of the tenants or owners of those resulting units. Mr. Yang, you want to speak to that a little further?
Yeah, so I guess the impression I have from what some state senators have said is that there's nothing in SB 9 that keeps cities from imposing affordability requirements, but that doesn't speak to potential other underlying state laws or constitutional principles that would apply. And so that's something that we would need to study further. We're fairly comfortable with extending our existing program to 1 and 2 family uses, but we'd certainly want further study if we were going to go beyond that.
So in essence, in a way, the way that he had been, Senator McGuire and some of the other senators have essentially been kind of putting the cities at risk by pushing forward this affordability matter. And I think that's a poor sell on this potential upzoning in the neighborhoods. But I have more questions too, so I'll come back. Thank you.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, we did get a answer to Councilmember Stone's question. The
Sure.
deconstruction ordinance, deconstruction applies only to kind of complete structure demolition And so if it's partial, we do have another part though of our code that does say like, when is it equivalent to demolition? And so kind of when you are taking apart so much of a building that you're essentially, demolishing it. And we are planning to revise that section of the code.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner.
Okay, I'll try to get through a bunch of hopefully quick questions, see how far I can get. So first of all, I think you guys described this appropriately as a confusing thicket of laws. And we do know many cities are working on this and see in the news almost every day what other cities are trying. So I do think it's reasonable what staff is proposing, that we pass something tonight and then come back and try to improve it over time. Given all the confusion and some challenges to these laws, I do think we should start off conservatively, and then we can loosen it up over time. If one question, I don't know how quick this one will be, but if you could go back to the ABAG slide you presented, I just want to make sure I understood all the different scenarios. I think it was D3 and A3 seem to imply that you could end up with kind of 3 primary housing units and 1 ADU. And just want to make sure I was understanding that correctly.
And I think that is slide 9, if the clerk can navigate to slide 9. I think it's all the way back at the beginning. And it was D3.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like, in D2 there's 2 primary units and an ADU, and then a lot split, and they added another primary unit. So you end up with 3 larger homes. And then again, when you look at it, SB9, it says its real intent is to add, basically a second unit. So do cities have, and then same thing in B3, you kind of end up with, was it B3?
Yeah.
Yeah. So can a city restrict it to say that, what we want the outcome of SB9 to be where there was a single family home, 2 primary units and 2 ADUs, but not 3 primary units?
No, we
don't
cannot
think we can
do that. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead, Albert.
So, this is one example of how things could turn out, but under SB9, you have 4, primary units, or you could have, 2 duplexes, and which is sort of shown on B3, a duplex on one side. Yeah, you can use an ADU as one of your other units, but there's no requirement to do that. Units don't have to be subordinate to, an existing property or to a different, structure on the property.
So the limit share would just be the FAR, and you would be splitting that up between the 2 units.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And if I understood, you said on slide 16, duplexes aren't allowed in R1, but if they had an ADU, a duplex would be allowed. So are we saying you can't you can put 4 units on an R1 lot, but you can't put 2? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, and the clerk can go back just one slide. So I think part of what is challenging, I will say, about this process is the nomenclature. So duplex can conjure up different images for different folks. Like I grew up in a duplex and it was side by side. So to me, that's what a duplex is. But really, they don't even have to be attached to be a duplex in this scenario. So what we're talking about with duplex is really that there's 2 homes permitted as of right under the zoning district as they would be in R2. Right. And so that is, only allowed in the R2. There's other ways you can get to 2 units, a primary and an ADU, or under SB9, you could have 2, what we're calling primary units, on a lot, and the 2 ADUs. And so that's, I think I hope that answered your question, but
but under SB9, people are basically being forced to build 4 units instead of 2.
They could just choose to build 2. So like if I had just a house today on my lot, I could just add another unit, again, as you said, restricted by overall FAR and other kind of basic zoning standards, things like that. Granted, my lot coverage maybe is increasing because I have those decreased setbacks, side and rear, So my placement of the
Yeah.
home can be changed, but I.
But here
can
you
still
say a
have two
duplex
units.
is not allowed.
So the way it is now, if you're in an R1 or RE today, you cannot build a duplex.
I meant on the other side there where it says the way it will be.
Right. If you are SB9 qualifying, you could. If you are not SB9 qualifying, you cannot.
So what is that distinction?
So to
What am I
qualify
doing?
for, well, to qualify for SB9, you have to meet certain criteria, location. I think there's different affidavits the owners have to sign. It couldn't have been rented in the prior 3 years.
Got it.
So
Okay.
there's some things
So
that.
all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And I do believe Palo Alto, we offered extra floor area as an incentive for ADUs. But with SB9, we may be getting more coverage than we expected, and maybe that's something we should revisit in our successor ordinance.
Certainly.
And then I see I'm out of time. I'll just ask one last question. So Los Altos Hills discouraged lot splitting and did not allow ADUs on subdivided lots. So are we basically disagreeing with their interpretation?
So in terms of discouraging lot splits, if that is direction the council wants to give us to come back, we can certainly work on how would we encourage folks to just keep the lot whole and build on just a whole lot versus subdividing. We can look at that. Separately, our understanding is that split lot can have up to 2 units, whether it's 2 units that are kind of a duplex or that one is larger and one is an accessory dwelling unit. And again, what is an accessory dwelling unit? What makes it accessory? Part of what we understand state law to define are some of the parameters and size limitations of accessory dwelling units. So for example, accessory dwelling unit, I think it's a 1-bedroom has to be at least 800 square feet and a 2-bedroom at least 1,000, I believe. It's what state law says, for example. And so those would be some of the size limitations, whereas if it's just 2 homes, maybe they split their lot, their FAR equally, and they're a bit bigger than what might be allowed as an accessory dwelling unit. So it's a long way to say that some cities are saying like, yeah, you can't do ADUs, but we're saying you can do 2 units on that split lot. It just, whether it's an ADU or another unit, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Okay, I'll stop there. Let's go on to round 2. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Just on a process note, I was surprised to hear Director Late say that we had a at places memo that was sent after the meeting started and that it was a draft colleagues memo. That really seems highly unusual. I'm not quite sure why staff sent that.
Yeah, hopefully you didn't get it after the meeting started, hopefully, because.
I believe we did.
Is that right? Oh, okay. Well, I apologize for that.
And also, anyway, just point of procedure. I don't know why we would send out a draft colleagues memo. I don't know that others are afforded the same opportunity. So just wanted to note that. One thing overall on SB9, I just wanted to say, I had someone stop by my office hours and express opposition. And one of the comments I made that I'm sure all of us on council have heard during campaigns and while serving is that there are so many people whose children were born here, raised here, went to school here, and won't be able to live here. And I just want us all to contemplate for a moment that I think there are probably some people in Palo Alto who will be able to use this tool to enable their children to live nearby. So that was one of the points I made to this person who stopped by. I know there are strong feelings on the subject, and I haven't heard that brought forward as an option. Lots more questions. Okay. Utility connections and billing, super confusing. Like, is all the utilities going to be like one bill for all these 4? Like, usually we have all these requirements for what's separately billed and who gets the utilities. Are we not even there yet? Because those things will be on your applications, right?
I think some of that would be later on during the building permit process, although part of this is that they are ministerially reviewed. And so we are working also on like, what is the application process for some of these that we haven't ever seen before. And so some of that is part of those processes, deciding how the utility hookups will be. And there are some code requirements in the building code that dictate what type of utility connections are required. And some of that does also depend on the building form. So attached units versus detached units, what's required in terms of sewer connections and other things of that nature. It's not a very specific answer to your question.
I can interject. So yeah, for the new lots, the new ownership lots that are created will have their own separate utilities. But just like it is today, the ADU, if they choose to go that route, could be on the same utility as the
Okay, so if a lot is split, they'll be separate.
two utility meters.
And if there's an attached duplex on one side, it'll be on the same and they'll share?
That it could be the case for a duplex, but the two ownership lots themselves would have their own meters, and then it would be up to the owner to decide how they wanted to divvy that up.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for bringing up SB 10, and I can understand why staff is not proposing that we take any action at this time. In the unlikely event that the housing element working group came forward with that as a recommendation, presumably staff would work on it.
To use SB 10?
Yes.
Yeah, certainly. And it certainly would if there were small upzoning that the city decided to pursue. It allows some of that to take place without needing to go through the CEQA process.
Okay. And I think Director Late has answered my question about slide 9 with the 3 categories, and then the when there's a lot split, that's the definition of an ownership change. Okay. All right. Potentially, right? Presumably someone could retain ownership of both lots. All right. How much is, so now I'm on page 212, page 15. How much is the in lieu fee? If it's applied to this and or any other single family home?
I would need to look up the fee schedule quickly, and perhaps we ask another question.
You guys can get back to us, but I don't intend to vote for that until I understand how much it is and if it varies. Yeah.
So the impact fee for rental housing is 20, I think it's like $29. Is that right, Albert? A square foot?
$22.19.
I think it's important, perhaps, sorry to cut you off, Jonathan, to just illuminate, Councilman, we're talking about 2 fees.
Yes.
The 15% in lieu and then the impact fee, which would depend on the tenancy of that development, what fee is applicable to it. So if it's ownership, which is how our inclusionary is set up, 15% inclusionary in lieu fee would be applied. And if it's rental, then it would be the impact fee.
Okay.
Which actually I have the number here for you is
Great.
For the housing in lieu fee, it's $85.07 per square foot for a single family detached residence, and it's $56.72 per square foot for a single family attached structure.
I guess just to clarify though, because we are talking about, probably like 0.15 units here, there's going to be a formula that you're not applying that to all the square footage.
Yeah. I urge my colleagues for us to wait on this and have staff do an analysis and bring it back with the numbers. I fear we could end up with some unintended consequences and some people who are rightfully concerned about the rapidity with which we're making pretty big changes. I'm over time, Mayor, but others were as well. Would you like me to continue, or will we be doing another round?
Hopefully we may do another round, but we can go quickly. And could we just clarify, you're talking about housing impact fees when you say impact fee?
I asked about the in lieu fee, but apparently we've got 2 options.
It's the
there are
housing.
other impact fees, parks fees and things as well, right?
That would apply to new units.
Okay, so am I seating for the next
Yep,
round?
think
All
so.
right.
Councilmember Koo.
I just want to clarify the draft colleagues memo. It was on my insistence that staff did put at places. And if you received it late, then that might be why you didn't see it, but it was on my insistence and not by staff. And the reason I asked for it to be submitted is because the communication between me and staff was not clear. I understood that we would review and also look at how this would be forwarded to council discussion. So I just want to clear that up. It's not staff's fault. I wanted to ask about flag lots. So in this SB 9, flag lots can also be split up.
An existing flag lot?
Yes.
I
mean,
would
if they
say-
applied it as a SB 9 project, so does that mean they can be split?
If the flag lot met the dimensional requirements of being at least 2,400 square foot before being split, it could. And the city could require that both resulting lots retain access to the street and have that frontage and that access. Mr. Yang, did you want to add?
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's hard for me to imagine practically how that would work for both lots to retain the access that they need to the public right of way. So, you know, in theory, perhaps it's possible, but I think practically it's unlikely that you'll have a lot that actually is able to do it.
Yeah, it would be hard.
And I'll note, this is what I think we've referenced a couple of times, council member, through presentation. We want to take another pass at these urban lot splits, and that could be a layer that we also take a look at as well.
Okay. Okay, so you're going to take a look. Just so I understand, SB 9, does it have to be a lot split in order to be a SB 9 project? No. So that potential lot that is a flag lot could go ahead, demolish their house and put up 2 structures on it, and they would have the same 4 feet side setbacks and back setbacks, and potentially could be 2 stories at 4 feet.
That's correct.
With the exception of that last part, right? I believe our objective standards push it at the 2nd story away at the upper levels.
There's the transitional, right?
Right, yeah. So the first floor could be those 4 feet, and then the upper story would be stepped back.
Okay, thank you. Then I wanted to ask about the design standards, right? The IR guidelines. So on 1.2D, it mentions duplex parking requirement. So why not just say in the case of more than 1 unit, does duplex only apply to 2 structures? It does, so it won't be applying to an ADU or a JADU, right? But it'll only apply to the 2 structures. So can it not be said that in the case of more than 1 unit at a site, then the parking, when parking spaces are required, then the parking space for each unit shall be covered parking space?
We certainly could change it to that. I think it is to indicate what you suggested, which is, I think when we use duplex, we are talking about what I think we've also started calling 2 primary units. And so again, ADUs, a part of what their law is around not having replacement parking and parking standards that are specific to the ADU. And so if someone says, I want my 2nd unit to be an ADU, then they're stepping into that territory. But if they want the size to be larger than what an ADU allows, then, well, they're going to have to do a 2nd primary unit, and that's going to have to follow our parking requirements.
I see. Okay, okay.
So that's what that's trying to indicate, is that if you're doing the duplex, the 2 primary units, they're going to have, and parking requirements apply, then you've got to do the covered parking for those units.
So duplex is going to be defined in the code as well, then, just to be clear that it is also the 2 dwelling structures, right?
That's a great question, Mr. Yang. I don't know if we've contemplated either updating or defining further duplex or primary unit or something, because I think we are using them quite a bit, even in our conversation now.
Yeah, it's not something that's in the interim ordinance, but it's something that could certainly be part of a permit.
No. Okay. I'm sorry, I was so interested in hearing the no, no, no. I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Yang.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
There's a divergence of opinion in Albert's home.
Yeah, not about this though. So it was that it's not something that we have proposed and ready now, but it's definitely something we'll look into as part of the permanent ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have to go to my other round. Thank you so much.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So first, there's on page 11, packet page 208. At the bottom, it talks about the owner occupancy requirement that's part of the state law. That the way it's described there, that the applicant must indicate by affidavit the applicant's intention to reside in one of the units. And so I want to understand the enforceability of that requirement, which was a major part of the change in this legislation when it returned to the Senate and critical to getting Senate support. How is it enforceable, this owner occupancy requirement?
So that's one of the many, outstanding questions about this law. But in general, I would say one of the, only circumstances that comes to mind where we can, say, well, we can look into the intentions of the person signing the affidavit is where you have, the same individual signing multiple affidavits, right? In that case, it cannot possibly be that they intended to reside in multiple units. But aside from that, it will be very difficult to enforce.
So if the owner developer signs an affidavit, says they intend to occupy, and then they don't occupy, is there any way for there to be any enforcement if they simply ignore their affidavit?
Again, we would have to find some evidence that the intention was not there at the time that the affidavit was signed.
And then what if we found that intention? What would be the enforceability?
Well, I suppose we could, void the lot split.
Even if it's already been built?
These are good questions that I'm not sure anyone even in the legislature really considered when they drafted this language.
Okay, well, that's something I'd like to have a follow-up on, and maybe we can talk to our legislators on this as well. And then I did want to talk about the affordability aspect of this because I couldn't lay my fingers on it, but I think I saw a recent months a study on Vancouver where they did something similar, and what they found was that 3/4 that the redeveloped parcels for something like this were typically a bit larger lots with older, smaller units on them, and the resultant 4 units, typically 3 out of 4 of them sold for more than the one original unit sold for. So say if you take in South Palo Alto, if you had a small parcel that was a $2 million single family home, the low end of kind of our market today, and they rebuilt them and put 4 units on, and each of those might sell for $2.5 million. So that does not address an affordability need. It addresses a supply for higher end housing, and I think that's the outcome that we're likely to have. The only mitigation we would have is through our existing requirements on affordability. So right now, our 15% in lieu fee on housing for sale, that applies down to how many units of development?
In lieu fee?
Yeah.
It applies to a 3-unit development, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's it. So I couldn't remember if it was 3 or 4. So then what we're basically right now for 3 units of development, we charge an in lieu fee. And in this circumstance, we would be charging an in lieu fee essentially for 4 units of development. So it's not really a change in our policy. It's applying the policy to a new change in what can be developed. And so that's what seems compelling to me. And that's the only way that out of this this law, we're going to get even a modest amount of affordable housing, true affordable housing. So I'm very interested in pursuing that. Thanks.
So try to get some more questions out again. So in our RE zones in the foothills, are those excluded for anything? Fire danger, earthquake zone? Is that considered part of the urban cluster?
We had this very same debate, and we went on a hunt for our urban cluster map, and we found it, and I was convinced that they were not included, and Mr. Yang informed me that they were included because we are part of the urban cluster of Palo Alto. So all of Palo Alto, including the foothills, is subject to SB 9.
Can we appeal, Mr. Yang? Can we appeal?
So not on that issue. We also searched for and found the Cal Fire fire hazard maps, and nothing within Palo Alto's boundaries is included on as a very high or severe fire hazard area.
So all of our objective standards in the RE zone with these 1 acre lots, those objective standards would still apply.
Yes.
But okay. On packet page 247, this is I didn't really understand what this offsite parking requirements applied to. It's part of the red lines. The previous page we say 2-family use, 1 space per unit. For single family, 2 spaces per unit. But then here it says R1, 1 space per unit, no spaces if within transit. So what is this on packet page 247? What does that apply to?
So I think you're looking at what must be like after the 2-family, the R1 and the underlined section. So that is the updated requirement based on the SB 9. That is basically we are allowed to require 1 space per unit for SB 9 qualifying projects. But no space if located within 1/2 mile walking distance of either high quality transit corridor, major transit stop as defined in state law, or one block of a vehicle car share.
But maybe looking at that chart, Rachel, how do we distinguish that from other R1 projects that are not SB 9?
I mean, it has a pursuant to section, which is just a little confusing. Maybe we could look at rewording that to make it clear.
1842 is 180 as a reference to SB 9. Is that right, Albert?
Yes, and this was just an attempt to save space. We cut out the section that just deals with the base R1 parking standard.
So the rest of the table has more in it if we had put the whole table into the.
Okay, yeah, I was just concerned we were changing all of R1.
We only have 2 things now. 2 parking.
I do support updating our historic register. I mean, it's been 21 years, I think. And as these buildings age, we now have a lot more potentially historic buildings, potentially from basically the beginning of Silicon Valley. And so I would support us planning and budgeting for both a commercial and residential historic register update. I also think we need to update our penalties for short-term rentals. And do we actually have a penalty today?
What's a penalty for short? It's not allowed in the city, right? As you know. So when we see violation, we attempt to cure. And if there's a repeated violation, then we can cite. And if there's repeated violations, we can have escalating fees. But
I meant those fees, particularly if they're not allowed for these SB 9 units, right? Yeah, so I just think we should look at those fees. Can we use utility data to know if a unit's been occupied by a renter in the past 3 years? Is that like a check the planning department can do?
We could develop a list of types of information that could be provided to prove that it hasn't been rented, or, conversely, identify that it has. I'm not sure of our legal ability for us to get the utility data, but somebody could try to provide it to say, I've been paying the utility bill, I've been occupying it, here's the evidence. But I don't know if the city could use it reverse wise. Ms. Stump?
Yes, just to note, the utility information is highly protected and confidential, so it's not shared between our utility department and other city departments that may have some kind of a public interest in it.
So it seems like a lot is riding on this renter registry we approved last week, just knowing if a place is being rented and then somebody's kicked out so that they can, create more units.
We can ask for in our application materials, evidence of that, right? And we can give different ways folks can provide that evidence that they've been occupying it.
Okay. And then on the privacy with the 5-foot sills, did you guys consider 6-foot sills? I'm just wondering, 6 foot tall or person can easily look out the window. How do we come up with 5 feet?
Gerhard.
Yes, so this is, and actually maybe Arnold can weigh in on this as well, but, the director has said that we do 100 of these houses every year, and this has been something that we're trying to block, casual viewing. There's going to still be some casual viewing, but we're trying to block the majority. And so we figure with a 5-foot windowsill, you really have to be right up on the window in order to see into your neighbor's backyard.
So that's what we've been doing.
That's what we've been doing, consistent.
Rule of thumb kind of thing. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
we've been using 5 foot pretty much as a standard for when you're looking out a second floor window. There have been some cases when you're looking out a second floor window directly at a neighbor's second floor window that we've either required it to be fully obscure or raise that to a higher height, like 5, 6, or 6, depending on the circumstances. But usually we're working with 5 feet.
Okay. Just to sum up, I think I would support the 15% in lieu. Housing impacts on rentals. I think we should have clear and significant short-term rental penalties. I do think we should update the historic register. I'd like to look maybe at the longer-term ordinance that you would come back with later. If any of our EICLR guidelines should become objective standards. It seems like unless it's a single-story overlay, we're taking those suggested guidelines, but we're really not helping the EICLR neighborhoods. And I think that's kind of where I am at this point. So I'm not seeing any more hands for round 2. So we will, Councilmember Ku, you didn't speak? Oh, you did speak this round. So we'll go on to round 3, it looks like. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. All right, this round I'm starting on packet page 237, which is page 9 of attachment C, and I'm in section 4.5, and I am stunned that we are contemplating insisting that garage doors should match the material, color, and panel design pattern of the entry door or window fenestration. So someone help me understand why we need to be that specific. It looks vastly more specific than the guideline on the left-hand side.
Gerhard, do you want to take that?
Yes, so we generally, the IR process is not design review. We are trying to control massing streetscape and privacy is generally why that regulation was put into place. However, as part of the IR guidelines, it does talk about the structure hanging together as one architectural style. And so that's what this garage door requirement is trying to get to. And Arnold may able to add.
I would get that if you'd use the word coordinate, but or complement or whatever. Yeah. But I mean, have we ever forced people to match their garage door to their entry door?
The challenge with coordinate and complement, of course, is that they're subjective, right? And so to the extent that we care about the standard, we just need to be objective about it. But Arnold, do you want to offer more?
Sure. Yeah, I will. The guideline 4 does include the language the council person is speaking of. The carport or garage and the garage door shall be consistent with the selected architectural style of the home. However, when we get to the objective standard, we're kind of limited. So to apply that, one of the things that we were thinking about is either the window system or the entry doors. They have certain patterns about them, and those are things that they could replicate on the garage door, and that's a pretty common approach. But it is limiting, but it's objective. So that's sort of the challenge here.
And within the council's purview to decide if you want to have that kind of.
This I don't know. I was very surprised to read this. So maybe shall match one of them, but to match all of them or to match the windows, it seems excessive to me. I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say.
I think it is to suggest it should either match the door or the window system. So it should be.
But it's material, color, and panel design of the door. It's not like one. It's like a copy of the door. I don't know.
Of the door or the window fenestration. So you could have like, I mean, again, I'm not an architect. Your windows maybe are a certain color and material. That kind of system would carry over to the garage door.
Okay.
You can still dislike it. That's totally fine. I just want to make sure you understand what we tried to communicate.
People can always go down the subjective path, right? If they want to.
It's a lot of matchy, and people who know things tell me that's not a great idea. Okay, one of the things we haven't talked about is the public engagement and the fact that this is going to go to PTC and ARB next year. And I think, this little picky detail of the garage door is an example of people who spend a lot of time on this. They're going to find things in here, whether it's, the number of feet that the second story is supposed to be back, or whether the sill at 5 feet is the right answer or has unintended consequences. So I'm not convinced we should be incredibly conservative at the beginning. I'd rather see us, go with sort of, if 85% of our, prior applications have been in this area, let's stick with that and not make it tougher to start with. I fully expect us to make changes to this, I'm guessing a couple times next year. So in terms of public engagement, I think it's going to be really important for people to understand the changes that are contemplated. And then I'm confused by page 204 and the description of historic resources. And then on page 215, it comes up again. So it says that now historic resources are not protected and do not require discretionary approval. That doesn't seem right on page 204.
Right.
And
so, sorry, go ahead.
And then it looks like on page 215, anyone can suggest that something be historic structure. I thought there was something about property owners. So I'm not really following this section very well.
Great, thanks, great question. So part of what happens is that we may identify, whether it was in the survey that was done, I think around 1998 or 2000, we identified historic resources. A resource could be identified as potentially historic or as eligible for listing on the register, but not actually have gone through the process to become listed either on the local inventory or on the California or the national registers. And so even though we might have said, well, this thing has historic value, if it hasn't actually become listed, then it's not protected. And so I think that's the distinction that we're trying to create, and that we would suggest through updating our inventory and through a process of getting those identified resources actually listed on the local or state inventories, they would then have protections from demolition and deconstruction and some of the challenges that would obviously diminish or even demolish that historic resource.
And when we're listing something that isn't currently a historic resource, what rights do property owners have or not have in that process?
So when we were looking at the code, we don't see that property owners need to agree to have their property listed. Certainly, we would want to make sure they're informed if it is being considered for listing and take into account their concerns. And I'll ask Ms. French, who does serve as our liaison to our Historic Resources Board, perhaps to say a little more about how that process plays out in real life of getting listed.
Yes, so we have a code that does, Chapter 1649 does allow for nominations, and one of the items the HRB is interested in is I think discussing this and maybe having it on their work plan. We will be talking about that this Thursday, getting into what that process would be, what the costs might be. So generally, if it's been determined eligible for the California Register, to get it placed on the inventory that's subject to our Chapter 1649, would have to go through a process with HRB nominating, recommending, and the council going ahead and making that happen. And we would have an outreach with the property owners for that. For state register, that needs the property owner's concurrence as well, to get something listed on the state.
So just to clarify there, Amy, I didn't, the way you phrased that last sentence led me to believe that the property owner's support was needed for listing locally, but I don't believe that's the case, right?
On the state, yeah, on the local, it's possible to have that nomination go to the council. I mean, it's a courtesy, I think, to involve the property owners, and that it would be part of what we do is outreach.
Okay.
I guess I would just clarify. I don't think it's simply a courtesy to involve the property owners. We would want to make sure that they're, that they are, present and able to voice their, have a process basically to be heard, and before it's listed.
Yeah, I think this topic is one where we would benefit from having input from our board and commission on this topic before making any decisions. And then I see my time has greatly expired. But before we vote on any of these in lieu or impact fees, I'm going to have some additional questions.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. I have a question about on page 235, packet page 235, item number 3.5A. Here, the word adjacent is used, and I have heard from many of the members of the public who always questions what does the word mean, adjacent. So can you kind of give me your definition of what adjacent means, and perhaps we can see if there's another word that might be more.
So yeah, with adjacent, we mean the immediate next door property. The IR guidelines themselves really focus in on the sort of neighbor relationship, the immediate adjacent neighbor relationship, and across the street. We look at that for noticing. But when it comes to adjacency, that's what we're looking at, is the immediate property next door.
What would you say, Director, about abutting? That could be if the council wanted to use that. Would
if we want to change that language, that'd be fine too.
Thank you. I mean, I think that would be much more clearer for many of the members of the public. Then going back to the windows on packet page 238 for 5.2B and C, B is, it says permanent obscure glazing. So does that mean that window, the obscure is in place, it can't open? Or what does that mean? No stickers?
So for obscured windows, they must be permanently obscured. So done by the window company or etched in, acid etched in. So those would be permanent, but they can still open.
Okay, so if it's open, then I guess then the privacy would have an issue for the neighbor. In terms of, yes, ma'am.
We do look at the way that they open and try and watch for that.
Okay, great. So enforcement on ensuring that these obscure glazing is in when they build it, how do you make sure? Because I've also heard neighbors say that that was what was approved, but then after the house was built, they noticed that the windows were not obscured. So how do we ensure that that does happen?
So for the last, I don't know how many years, but 3-4 years, we've been doing inspections on all of the IR homes. And so my staff is out in the field, making sure that those obscured windows are permanent before we allow anyone to move in.
Okay, that's super. Thank you. On the stair window privacy, right? So the landing can be at different levels. How do you ensure that those are not going to be, will have less privacy?
So I'm not remembering what specific regulation we have here, but generally we do require the windows to be 5 feet off of that landing to deal with privacy as well.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to part of the balance that we're trying to achieve, acknowledging that a landing is not a place where somebody is staying for an extended period of time. It's more transitory. So while there may be glimpses or opportunity there, it's not something that we've presently, beyond what Jody has said, designed to address.
So it's mostly maximum minimizing so that there's minimizing the privacy issues then.
Yeah.
Rather than completely addressing it.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's hard to, I mean, the lots, I mean, we have the lots that we have the setbacks that are now even reduced with SB9, providing for, it'd be difficult for us to completely obscure the privacy or to achieve privacy.
Okay.
So it's a balance.
Okay. I have two more questions. One is with regards to the parking, right? On page 247, packet page 247, it says here I guess this is the definition, and it says within 1 block of a car share vehicle means within 600 feet of the parking space permanently reserved for use by a car share vehicle. So I look at this as a permanent exemption that could be for a program that might at some point disappear. And also, we're talking about a lot of this is based on transit, also public transportation that could also disappear. So this seems like rather permanent, and we're not sure if this is going to be there. So if this transit options are gone, then the house is there. This lot splits, the intensified densities are all there. I think that maybe that needs to be reviewed a little bit further, because I can't see giving a permanent exemption on this that ends up disappearing.
Councilmember Ku, if I may, that language is taken directly from the state law. And so you are correct in terms of particularly the car share that's a private business could decide that's not a good location for their car share anymore. And unfortunately, that's not what state law contemplates. So,
oh,
sorry.
Okay. So I appreciate you telling me it's the state law, which is why it's so imperfect when they don't really know truly what the unintended consequences are going to be. The last question I have is, we have the OS zone, right? Open space. Is that part of the RE and R1 that is going to be a part of this SB9?
No, it is not.
It's not. Okay. That's a relief. Okay. I'm over my time, but thank you. That is a relief. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah. As we get ready to move into motions, I have a couple more questions, but I want to suggest that as I look through the staff recommendations, there are 3 different segments to it: the interim urgency ordinance, the interim ordinance, and referrals to commissions for the permanent ordinance. And I think we may want to break them up into 3 motions, with the first one probably being the least contentious and least complicated. But before doing that, one, I want to toss out a thought to my colleagues, which is we still describe our single-family neighborhoods or historically single-family neighborhoods as R1 or single-family zoning. And they really haven't been that ever since we adopted the rules for 2 ADUs, a senior ADU with a bonus square footage and a junior ADU. And so it's really a misleading and antiquated description. Staff on page 19 of the staff report had suggested or offered one alternative on that has more practical implications, which is to consider changing R1 to R2. But that's actually a change in the zoning as opposed to a change in the title. And I suggest that at a minimum, we begin to look, we don't have to do so tonight, but at a change in the title, that whether it's something like low density neighborhood zoning or who knows what, but it's not R1, it's not single family anymore. And I think it's just misleading to the public to describe it as that when that's not the case. Second, I want to ask staff about the implications of the build out on the a smaller lot split. So as Tanner had given the scenario of a 6,000 square foot lot, we even have 5,000 square feet lots, but we use that example, a 60-40 split. So you got a 2,400 square foot lot. And the state law requires that we allow a minimum of 2 800 square foot structures, right? But if it's a primary unit and an ADU, then it's even higher than that. It's the scenario that you had of like a 1,350 square foot primary and an 800 square foot secondary. So then we've got all these rules that talk about daylight plane. We have very limited setback now, 4-foot side and front setback. And I think the public really needs to envision what that's like. It's a very urban environment. But we have also limitations on second story development. And I'm trying to figure out how you could fit a 1,350 square foot unit plus an 800 square foot unit on a 2,400 square foot parcel with the daylight plane and front setbacks and height restrictions and second story restrictions that we currently have. Have you modeled that, and is that feasible? And what happens if there's a conflict?
So I think looking at the conflict is certainly, I think, where we have done some work and would like to do some more work. I think part of the intention of the guidelines and the standards is there, well, the guidelines are now standards, is to shape the building. And so people will be allowed to get what they get, but it may not be the full extent of a parcel that's larger because they have to meet some of the daylight plane and other requirements and other sculpting. And so it is going to shape their building, and they may not get, a box that is as big as if they just look at the height and FAR alone and say, oh, that's my box. Well, that's not going to be your box because we're going to shape and sculpt that box to refine it.
Yeah, but if we shape and sculpt that box and it doesn't add up to that square footage that they're entitled to, the 800 plus 800, they're clearly entitled in the state. I'm not quite sure whether the 1,350 they're entitled to if they can't fit within our shape.
I think we would argue if they can't meet our standards, then they don't get that amount of space.
But on the 800, we can't deny it.
We have to at least do the 800. So part of what would happen, let's say let's use a really tiny lot, because I think that's really what you're getting at. We're talking about it is meeting the minimum. It's 2,400 square foot. It's been cut. We'll say it's in half at least. So you got 1,200 square feet, 800 square feet, 2 units. That's 1,600. Already you're getting to a second story, right? Because you can't fit that on one level, especially with the setbacks. And so part of what we have envisioned is that working, and we have to still work on this, is that the director would create and enumerate a list of what goes first, so that we are, as we're trying to make sure they can fit those 2 800 square feet units, let's say 1,600 square feet total, we're kind of going down the list and adjusting the standards so that, we're adjusting the thing that's most important to us last. right? It was like, okay, we'll give up on this first,
Yeah.
then this, then that.
So do you
and
see
kind of carving it
those
down.
refinements falling in under staff recommendation 3 or 2? It would be not the interim ordinance, but actually over the next year in the
I
permanent
think we
ordinance?
actually, Mr. Gang, developed it so that we could develop that now and then certainly refine it through the permanent ordinance, but we can develop that list of
Okay.
priorities now.
All right. Well, in the interest of time, I'd like to first move staff recommendation 1, which is adopt the interim urgency ordinance attachment A, which immediately integrates SB 9 into our municipal code, and by reference, adopt objective standards in attachment C for qualifying SB 9 projects. So just A at the moment.
I'll second that.
One quick clarification question. In the staff presentation, there was a recommendation to add something to the lot split regulations. Is that a part of this motion as well?
Can you refresh me on what that addition is? Or maybe even get it on the screen and we can see that if that's a part
Yes,
of this.
it's on slide, goodness. It's slide number 31.
Okay, so we can, for the moment, put it up there as a cut and paste with a motion maybe?
Yeah, it's that quote part, the second bullet there. Newly created lot lines shall, sorry, yeah, upwards. Yes, there you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we should include that.
Okay. So I think this is the task that we have immediately at hand, that will have something in place for the first of the year. And I think and hope it's our least contentious aspect of our decisions tonight.
Yeah, just to speak to the second, I agree, and I do think staff did a tremendous amount of work on this report. And we've spent a couple hours asking questions, I think mainly trying to understand kind of where the bounds are. And then again, I think I agree with the vice mayor. Maybe some of those ideas will show up in the second and third points, but I hope that council could be aligned on getting this urgency ordinance passed while we work on the updates. So I see some hands up, and again, hopefully speaking to the motion. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering, would this motion, or I understand the vice mayor wants to break up the motions. So this motion, is this where it would be appropriate to be adding affordability requirements and updating the local inventory of historic properties, or does that fit more into the next motion?
I think it fits more into the next motion for two reasons. One is that this motion requires a 4/5 majority, supermajority, and I'm not sure that we're going to get that, and we could bog ourselves down with debate that then simply fails. And then I think also that when the actual interim ordinance returns, we could have a little more staff having flushed out the implications of the in-lieu fees and other impact fees on the affordability.
Yeah, and the interim ordinance will come into effect. So this would only be, in place for 30 or 60 days or whatever it is. So I don't think it makes sense to add things to it necessarily.
That was my only question.
I'm sorry, you're done?
Yep.
Councilmember Ku?
I'm on the same subject as Councilmember Stone. Understand that this is the urgency ordinance and we need that majority. But at this point, even the 15% in lieu fee, you don't want to put that in here? I mean, that's something that is possible to do, right? And then still have more direct staff at a later motion to look into the study for possibility of one unit being designated as a affordable unit. But the 15% in lieu fee should be something that we can surely pass if everybody is, if the colleagues and the intent is to provide affordable housing, that
Well,
goes towards our
so
housing
let
fund.
me just say that we've already had Councilmember Cormack who has expressed that she would not be comfortable proceeding at this time on that. Councilmember Tanaka hasn't spoken at all on the issue. If he speaks up and says he would support it, that would sound like we'd get 6 votes, and I'd be happy to include it. But otherwise, I think we're running late, and I don't think it'd be productive to try to put something in and just have it fail.
And could either Molly or Albert just clarify how long will the emergency ordinance be in place if we also approve an interim ordinance tonight?
So we would be able to bring back the interim ordinance for a second reading near the beginning of January, and then it would go into effect 30 days after that. So the urgency ordinance would probably have about a 45-day window before the interim ordinance took over.
Thank you for that. It's rather disappointing that we who looking for affordable housing, that this can't take place part of the urgency interim ordinance, but I understand. So
and it's liable to have very little practical impact, not getting it in the interim.
Yeah, but we just want to, okay, well, thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, just briefly, I agree with the spirit here that the interim ordinance ought to be basically the minimum threshold, right? And we spend more time on the regular one.
All right, any other comments on Councilmember Cormack?
The Vice Mayor has correctly interpreted my earlier comments, which stem from packet page 212, and I will quote, "Staff recommend further researching this policy before imposing this standard," unquote. Done a little bit of math on it. These are not insignificant numbers. No one has discussed whether or not this would apply only to new construction, which would potentially be 4 units, or whether it would be a delta to existing. You know, I believe that there's something here that I will be able to support, but we have literally no numbers this evening. So I don't think it's appropriate to include it in the urgency ordinance.
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. I'm going to suggest we vote on this. This is on the urgency ordinance only. Starting with Councilmember Philseth.
Yep.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. So that passes on a 7-0. Vice Mayor Burt, were you still making motions or?
Well, unless someone else would like to attempt the next segment, I'd be game to.
Why don't you keep us moving?
All right. So then I will move staff recommendation number 2, and then I'll have a couple of additions to that. I think the additions belong there, which is adopt the attached interim ordinance attachment B, which contains the same content regarding SB 9 and SB 478 as when it says same content, that's same content as the interim urgency ordinance, correct?
Plus the lot split update, right?
Well, I'm doing a literal reading of what the staff recommendation says. When it says that containing the same content, I want to make sure that we're clear. Same content as what?
As the interim urgency ordinance.
Good. So let's include that language.
Right. I'm just clarifying, including the the language from the presentation that we added.
Yeah, well,
what
just
we
a second.
passed.
I want to get this part in. Interim urgency ordinance rather than emergency. The word emergency should be replaced with urgency. Great. Yeah. Sorry.
Just for the record. So by stating that, you're referring to the one that was just adopted, which includes the lot split language, or do we want to add that lot split language in this as well? I think that would be good to just be clear about that.
Sure. That sounds great for clarity.
Okay.
Okay. And if we have a
so I'm sorry, just as I'm reading this again, and I appreciate Vice Mayor, if I can just, Albert can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the interim ordinance actually includes some additional language than the urgency ordinance.
In content is the way it's worded in there. Yeah. So do we need clarifying language? We say it.
I would just strike
it should reference attachment B.
Yeah. I would just strike containing the same content. Just say adopt the attached interim ordinance. I would make that its own piece, and then I would add the piece on a second line like we did for the urgency ordinance relative to slide 31 or whatever it was.
Okay, and we also want to explicitly reference attachment B, correct?
Yes, that'd be good.
But I think you're wanting to call out the SB 478 additions as well.
I think that's the reference to attachment B to the interim ordinance. So, and I don't have the language in front of me right now, but I believe attachment B is the interim ordinance. So attachment B should be on the first bullet. The second bullet will be that same language, Clerk, that we used for the urgency ordinance dealing with the urban lot splits and not creating a non-conforming situation.
And if the clerk is finding this confusing, she's not alone.
I think what it should read perhaps might be adopt the attached interim ordinance, parenthesis attachment B, and then the second bullet would be including the language, then the newly created thus and so.
Yeah, and that's the way it's worded in the staff recommendation. Adopt the attached interim ordinance, parentheses, attachment B. But then we Ms. Tanner, if you want to go ahead and offer up that ensuing language.
Yeah, I would say including the lot split language, and then it would be that paragraph that I think you just deleted.
And then we'll cut and paste that in. Yeah. Okay.
You said you had some additions.
Well, I'm looking through, and I'm thinking most of my additions actually are going to apply to the third recommendation. But on this one, I would add a third bullet, which is for staff to include language reflecting a 15% affordable housing in lieu fee for sale units and existing residential impact fees for rental units. Actually, the in lieu fees apply to both rental and for sale. Is that correct?
The in lieu fee would be for the.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Sale.
I meant the impact fees apply to both. Correct?
No, it was corrected first.
Okay, great. And added on to that, requesting that staff return with additional analysis of the impacts of these fees. I don't know if that's clear enough. It's kind of trying to pull the language that you had from the staff report on that.
We're
So
clear
is there-
for staff.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. And I don't know if other colleagues will have other amendments, but let's open it up for discussion.
I have one clarifying question
Sure.
about the affordable housing fees. Is this part of the motion intended to expand the program only where SB9 is used, or to all 1 and 2 unit development?
I would say at this time to expand it to SB9 impacted development. Is that, I don't know what's the best way to phrase that.
I think that's fine, and we'll understand what that means.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stone, do you want to speak to this motion?
Yeah, well, first, real quick, one just quick question to staff as far as just process here for if this should be included in this part of the motion or that final piece where we refer to boards and commissions. If we also want to direct staff to conduct an economic study for increasing inclusionary zoning for SB9 projects to instead of in lieu fees, actually having 1 unit be deed restricted, so essentially increasing it to 25%. Would that need to be included here, or would that be sufficient for the next motion?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. That would be, from my perspective, that would be appropriate for the next discussion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Then just on this, a few thoughts. I appreciate the motion. There was a lot of, I don't know, there was a lot of talk tonight regarding these standards inhibiting construction of new housing or trying to get in the way of SB9. And I mean, zoning, design standards, guidelines, these aren't unique to Palo Alto. They're not unique to any other city around the state, around the country, even around the world. So I don't see how this inhibits the SB9 projects, as some have implied tonight. And I understand some concerns that these may appear overly prescriptive. I think Councilmember Cormack made a reasonable point on the garage door issue. But as the mayor said, applicants have a choice to choose the subjective standard process or to go along with this new objective standard. And I think the state has forced this really by requiring objective standards. And I think this is a reasonably foreseeable consequence of a state law that's going to require objective standards, that at times it may appear prescriptive because that's what we're being required to do since we no longer have the ability to have subjective standards. And I do think these standards are important because they're allowing us to be able to maintain consistency with neighborhood character. And one of the reasons why I think that is so important is because if we have these projects fitting in with the neighborhood, if they are consistent with the neighborhood character, I believe we're going to have less contentious debate around these projects. I think we're going to have less public outcry against projects if they are maintaining the character of that neighborhood. And so I think my hope is that this is going to actually encourage more projects and better projects. So I do think people should kind of consider that. And then finally, I really appreciate the addition of the affordability piece. Yeah, I agree with the study that the vice mayor cited earlier in his comment. We shouldn't fool ourselves. These new housing projects under SB9 are not going to be affordable at market rate in a city like Palo Alto. My wife and I, 2 teachers, are never going to be able to afford one of these new units. We get to live in Palo Alto because we live in an old 1-bedroom apartment complex. We're not fooling ourselves that we can afford a new housing like this. So that's why the affordability factor is going to be so key when we look into in the next motion. Hopefully we'll be able to address that. But here again, I wish we could have on-site I understand on the advice of council that is not advised at this moment, but 15% affordable housing allows us to be able to allows us to be able to grow our coffers for future affordable housing projects, which are incredibly important. So I think this motion helps move us in the right direction. And two, as Councilmember Cormack said earlier, there's going to be a lot of iterations of this to come. This is an interim ordinance. This does allow us to be able to examine the policy, refine it when we're considering the future permanent ordinance. So I think we're making a good first step here.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you for the motion. I wanted to find out if we can address the applicant residency. At this time, the staff report mentions that it will be at the date of the recording of the parcel map, but upon recording of the parcel map, it might take them 3 years in order to build the housing. And I was wondering if there might be the possibility of from this, instead of recording of the parcel map, then from the city's issuance of the unit's certificate of occupancy.
Oh. I would be receptive to that. Can the city attorney, either Andrew or Ms. Stump, offer any insights on that, or Director Late? Is that something that would be practical?
So it's certainly something we could do. The state law doesn't say, 3 years from when do they have to intend to occupy one of the units. But again, you're looking at the intention at the date that they sign the statement, right? So if you're saying, my intention now is to live there for 3 years from 3 years from now, it actually might be a little bit harder for us to go back and find evidence of whether that intention was real. But it's certainly a possibility. Yeah.
Okay, so I would be receptive to that addition. Councilmember Ku, can you state that again for the clerk, and we'll go ahead and include that.
Okay.
And is the seconder receptive?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll try. The owner intends to occupy one of the housing units located on a lot created by the parcel map as their principal residence for a minimum of 3 years. For a minimum of 3 years from the city's issuance of the unit's certificate of occupancy.
And it would be owner signs an affidavit of intention. Is that what we're meaning?
Yes.
Okay.
Just one more thing. Earlier, Mr. Yang had said that, the enforcement part of it, or maybe Vice Mayor, you mentioned about if they don't move in, then what does the city do? Would it be okay to have a deposit put in place that would be refundable to them upon them moving in and living the 3 years?
Oh, after 3 years, they get a return of the deposit. That's interesting. I suspect that may be something we want to include in the third item to flush out better, but does staff have any thoughts on that?
I would suggest what you just said, Vice Mayor. It's certainly an interesting concept, but part of the law is the intention. And so that is what's difficult both to prove and to disprove. So.
All right, so let's hold off on that one to the third aspect of the staff recommendations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Ku, Cormack, I guess. If Councilmember Ku, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Okay, I'll start with fourth. We don't have letters on these, but it might be helpful as it gets us slightly longer. So D or 4 here. Does staff think that this is essentially what the state legislature was intending? Any thoughts there?
On the third item?
On the, what's listed as the fourth item?
Oh, sorry, fourth. I can't even see all the bullet points, so.
Yeah,
yes.
sorry.
Um,
I'm not
right.
familiar. I haven't, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Yang.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. That the intention was that of the legislature was to have the applicant sign an affidavit that they're actually going to live in the house for 3 years, which means from the date of occupancy.
Okay, I just wanted to check. That seems consistent with my, reading of essentially the newspaper and not the legislative analyst report. Okay, so then to the third part about the 15%. So I wonder if the maker and the seconder would be willing to just to say provide additional language. I'm not sure we should assume it's going to be in there. For me, the important part is that the staff return with the additional analysis. Is that something the maker and seconder are open to?
I'm more clear that this is the direction I'd like to have it return with this language. And then when it comes back, we'll be able to have a debate and a vote on adoption.
Okay. Does staff have a thought on whether or not these fees, how would you interpret this, would apply to, let's say there's one unit on the lot now and they want to split it and they do 4. Would you anticipate these fees apply to all 4 of the units or only to the delta, which would be, for example, 3 of the units?
We'd be looking at the net new, generally
Net new.
construction.
Okay.
That would be on the site.
Okay.
That's my
Okay.
understanding as well.
That's helpful. Okay, and I just want to confirm the numbers that you provided, Director Late, was $85.07 per square foot for, what is the definition of a primary residence in this instance?
So I think that we do have those numbers, and I should say, I think part of what is also, we may come back with some clarity, is just nomenclature, because I know we're also using words interchangeably. We're all doing it. So I don't know if primary residence is it, but I think the impact fees would be different for the ownership or if it's a
Right.
rental. That's the
Yeah.
distinction.
And they
do we
also
usually-
differ.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Yang.
They differ based on, for the ownership units, they differ if you are a detached single family unit or if you're an attached single family unit.
I'm already
So-
envisioning a very complicated table coming forward to us.
Yeah.
So should it be something to the effect of corresponding fees? Impact fees? Is that a little clearer as to the intent?
I think we get it. I
Okay.
think the language is correct here, unless Albert feels differently. I feel like we can work with this.
Great.
Okay, sorry, there was one other thing I wanted on that, which is now gone. Okay, do we currently require people to say when they're providing, when they're asking for a permit, whether it's for rental or for ownership?
We do, yes.
Okay, so we'll have that information. That isn't new information we have to request. When someone brings this forward, they'll have to say, these 2 are going to be rental, these 2 are going to be ownership.
So it's not about how they're going to be used. It's about whether they're capable of being sold separately. There is a tricky question when you split your lot and if you're building 2 units on one of the lots, one of them is necessarily going to be a rental, right? Or only going to be capable of being rented. And so how we decide which one will be, assessed a rental impact fee versus which one pays the ownership in lieu fee is something we'll have to work out.
Here's another hypothetical. A family has multiple generations living in one home and they decide to, build a second. Is that a new home? Is it more people or is it just a different, anyway, okay. Looking forward to that table. Again, I think this is a worthy concept, but it's important for me to see the details before I make any final decision.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. I want to align my comments. almost completely coherently with Councilmember Stone's a couple minutes ago, which I thinking about the garage door example as well. You know, I'm okay with the restrictive language as it exists in there right now for two reasons. You know, one is, again, as the mayor pointed out too, the fallback is to go through the subjective process. So this document doesn't mean you can't have a MAGA themed mural on your garage door. It just means you don't get ministerial approval for that, and you could still go through the regular process and get that. Okay, so that's one. The second one is, again, as Councilmember Stone pointed out, objective standards is the state direction, and it is what it is. And if you don't like it, call your assemblyman. So we're complying with that. So I agree with the conservative approach. The other thing I'd say briefly is I ran across an interview that one of our leading developers, John Sobrato, actually gave with San Jose Business Journal in September of this year, and they asked him the question, what do you do when there's a clash between what you folks want to do and what communities want? And he answered, and I quote, "We've got legislation moving through the California Assembly and Senate that will overcome local jurisdiction." I think I'll read that again. "We've got legislation moving through the California Assembly and Senate that will overcome local jurisdiction." He goes on to say, "We quote, we have to have some way to give local elected officials an out when people in the audience are screaming." And he describes it as, quote, "political cover to the local officials," unquote. So I didn't hear anything in there about affordability or affordable housing. What I heard in there was special interests and politics, and electeds don't have to be accountable to their constituents and stuff like that. So I don't think we should be looking for any of these mandates to help us with affordable housing. I think that if we want to do that, it's up to us. On the other hand, I think, there's a lot of energy behind this, and if we can direct some of that to affordable housing and in lieu fees and impact fees in order to help us build that stuff, then that's goodness. So I think I'm with the vice mayor on this one. I think we ought to do it right now and use the existing language. And if it has to be changed later, fine, but I don't think we should study it. I think we should implement it now. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thanks for your guys' work on this. So I just want to make sure I fully understand the motion. So on SB9, basically, and I'm looking for staff's feedback on this. So first part, kind of SB9, the second bullet, I think it's, I guess SB9 doesn't really talk about that. And then and the fourth bullet, correct? Is my understanding correct in terms of what SB9 covers?
I mean, SB9 is about all of the bullets.
I know, but I think the third bullet is something that we're doing, which I don't think that is SB9, correct?
The fees are not included. The state does not impose or direct or speak to whether or not, these units would pay fees.
Yeah. So I guess I'm, for me, the third bullet is concerning just because if we want to try to get more affordable housing in our city, we have to encourage it. And I think that having more fees and make it harder to develop is not going to help. It's going to discourage it, not encourage it. If someone can tell me why that's different, let me know. But I don't think I could support the third bullet. So Mayor, when it comes up for a vote, I probably need to split that out. And if you can't split it out, then I'm going to vote no on the whole thing.
Yeah, I think I'll just say as a maker, I think this all should be voted on as one group.
I have a tangential question, but I'm really curious. There was some stuff in there about the time being extended for tentative maps. Could staff briefly explain that? Like if we grant a lot split and it doesn't happen, when would we do the extension? Is it automatic, or would we consider not doing it?
So that language is actually unrelated to the lot split. It's just the general tentative map process. currently there's a certain timeline in which a final map has to be prepared, all the conditions from the tentative map have to be met, and the one kind of add-on to this bill was that that timeline has been extended.
But do we have to grant the extension?
I'll have to take a closer look at whether it's something that's discretionary or something that's automatic.
And it seemed like it could go up to like 10 years or some very long period of time. Is that right?
Sorry, I'm not. This isn't the part of the bill that I'm most familiar with, so I'll need to get back to you on that.
Oh, okay. Anyways, I appreciate this motion. I think points that Councilmember Stone made, we're right on. I mean, we have, as a city, we've had a policy of restricting office growth, and if we're going to start to get a lot of housing development, we should be charging impact fees so that we can have funds for affordable housing. So I think that all makes sense. There is one item I was thinking of, and I could wait for item 3, but it would be to really ask staff to come back with an annual report on kind of SB9 projects.
I think that does belong in 3.
Yeah, it's just a question how long this interim ordinance exists, I guess.
Well, I mean, that's not going to be part of an interim ordinance. This is.
If it lasted for a year, I'd be interested, but I'm willing to wait for item 3.
Yeah, let's do that, because it's not part of a content of an interim ordinance. That's what we're trying to direct here.
Yeah, but to be clear, we're calling it an interim ordinance, but this is the ordinance until we get around to updating it.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
So we're having a procedural discussion about paragraph C. That's a new item that was mentioned briefly in the staff report, but it hasn't been noticed to the public that might be part of an ordinance adopted tonight on first reading. We really think that needs to come back with a new first reading rather than
I thought staff was very clear that council could add this to the motion. I thought that was in the staff report.
You can add it to the motion. We're trying to decide whether you can add it and adopt it on first reading tonight, with a second reading being the first time that you'll see this language and officially being notified the public that you're adding that component. The municipal code says things can be added on second reading, which is essentially what you'd be doing here, consistent with the general scope and original intention of the ordinance that was put before the council. And our concern is about the expansion of scope into this new topic. So, it's worth some more thought on our side, but I think we may decide that when we come back next, that needs to be designated as a new first reading.
So, Ms. Stump, if we, could we have a new first reading come back promptly under consent?
Yes, we've done that in the past. Yes.
And how soon could that occur, and how much delay then would we face?
Well, you only have one additional meeting in December. I think that certainly the planning staff and Mr. Yang can let me know whether there's any objection to making these relatively minor changes very early in January, at the earliest opportunity in January.
I don't see any issues from the planning staff.
Okay, so this is the interim ordinance, not the urgent one anyway, so
right.
I guess that's the best we can do. Yeah. All right. So based upon that guidance, I'd reluctantly accept that what we need to do is, well,
just leave it as is, and then it'll come back as a first reading. right?
Yeah, but do we need to give that direction in the motion?
Yeah, I think you do need to give the direction. It's really A then that
Right.
that goes away. A should say return at the earliest possible time in January to adopt the attached interim ordinance as revised below.
Good. Okay. And is the seconder okay with that?
Yeah, that's acceptable.
All right.
May I ask the attorney a question? So item A, is this, so we're not adopting it tonight. So the first reading is actually in January?
Yes.
So the first reading is January, and then we'll have to wait another 30 or 60 days in order to fully adopt it then?
You need to wait at least 11 days for the second reading, and then it goes into effect 30 days later. Throughout that whole time, your urgency ordinance will be in effect.
Okay, thank you.
So we've all had a chance to do one round. If there's procedural questions or comments, let's take them, but let's not do another round of comment. I will split item C if that was your hand, Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Cormac, did you have a procedural question?
I'm just trying to understand if this will be a consent item or an action item. I think the second part of C, the analysis part, it might be something that we would want to discuss. So will this come back on consent or will it be an action item?
It's as council directs.
Yeah, I think it is correct that we'll need to put this as an action item based on that discussion.
Okay, with that, thank you for that clarification. Very helpful.
So I'd just like to clarify, are we holding up the ordinance for the completion of that analysis or that would come after?
Be
No.
concurrent.
I mean, the intent was to pass it tonight and then have some analysis.
Yeah, so the way it's written right now, all of this will come back at the earliest possible time in January, including C.
And I would just say, just to maybe illuminate what staff is thinking about for C, is kind of taking a look at our fees, looking at the different types of projects that could be permitted and what kind of fees would be charged, on those projects. So when we say analysis, that would be what we'd bring in that staff report.
Right. No outside studies.
Yeah, right. To clarify, this is not a full study about categorically increasing the inclusionary amount. That would take quite a bit more time.
So maybe just for clarity, well, staff seems to understand it, but it's where we say with additional analysis of relevant. I think Director Late said that you get it, and we'll leave it the way it is, I think, unless staff needs greater clarification.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this motion. So we're voting on A, B, and D. Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 7-0. And then voting on part C, Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa
Yes.
and Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I'd urge us to kind of try to quickly get through this third motion. We do have another item. So this would be direction for PTC and ARB or staff when we come back with a update to this ordinance. And I'll make a motion that staff basically consider the feedback they got from us tonight and take an update of this ordinance to PTC and ARB and return to council.
Are you going to be a little bit more specific to the feedback?
I was trying not to be overly specific. I'd be open to a few additions, but I think staff heard a lot in our conversation tonight, and so I guess I was just trying to see if we could move this along. Okay, I'm not hearing a second for this.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Again, I think if we want to add things for staff to consider, I'm open to it. And I'd actually like to add some things myself, I guess, which were some of the things I mentioned that we have. We asked staff to assess and return with short-term rental penalties, information on what it would take to update the historic registry. If there are any aspects of the Eichler guidelines should become objective standards, and whether we could specify penalties for a failure to occupy or not. I'm sorry, I was the blank there was look at our Eichler guidelines and if any aspect should become objective standards. Eichler is EICHLER. And again, this is just meant to be a suggested list. I don't know, Councilmember Cormack, if you're okay with this, or you want to
Stretching a lot here. I'm comfortable with, staff listening to feedback and returning the work. I don't think we should get into lists. I mean, you've provided yours. So I'd prefer to second it at a broad level. If you want that level of specificity, then I think you'll need to seek another second. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll keep the recommended list if anybody's willing to.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'll second. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I need to speak to it. I think I spoke to it before. Councilmember Coop.
I don't have much to say. Thank you. But I would like to see if I might be able to add some more assessment.
Yeah, just to clarify this one, the last one was specify penalties for failure to occupy, if we're allowed to do that.
Can you repeat that one more time, Mayor?
Failure to occupy a unit if an owner says they would.
The unit.
Yep. Councilmember Koo.
Yes, I would like to ask if instead of penalties, you use deposit
or just consequences.
Yeah, consequences. It's not that penalty, the other penalty.
I'm sorry. Yes, it will be that penalties, right?
For failure. Yeah, thank you.
And I think earlier you brought up, Mayor, you brought up reporting, right? That there should be a report detailing the number of lot splits or projects under SB 9.
Yeah. Again,
every 6 months or?
Again, what I'm putting under B is things I'd like the staff to consider and then come back with a recommendation on. So could we just put at the end there? Yeah, at the end there, yeah, reporting on SB 9 projects.
And then lastly, I wanted to ask, for notification to neighbors, Is that something that we might be able to do to property owners and tenants within 600-foot radius from the proposed project?
Yeah, I'd like to know if, again, if staff could assess and give recommendations on that.
Ken.
So can the clerk at the end here please add reporting on SB9 projects and plan for notification to nearby properties? Okay, so there's a lot of hands up. Is there anything else, Councilmember Bricker?
One more is just to ensure that housing is used for long-term housing needs. And if staff can assess collection of data and the procurement by corporations and LLCs. Is that something staff can do?
Is the intention to, when we're having SB9 projects, to track who's filing them?
Mm-hmm. And then what they're going to be used for?
I don't know. I mean, I think, the use, and this is not to sound simplistic, would be occupancy and residency and habitation, but I don't know that we would get something. Are you saying if they're going to rent it or sell it, or like, is that kind of what you're wanting to know?
Right.
Maybe?
If it's going to be owner occupying, if it's going to be a rental, if they are going to do an Airbnb.
They're not allowed,
Well,
right?
certainly what we could do, I think, as part of our reporting, what I'm hearing is that it would be reporting, and we can gather information at the application stage about, what the owner at that point intends to do. They're not necessarily committing to it, but to the mayor's point, Airbnb would not be allowed, short-term rentals would not be allowed in any case, but we can certainly track their intent. And then as the registry that we're hoping to get going, council's director just gets going, and those would be incorporated in that. So we can kind of get a snapshot at the beginning of the project, and then it would get incorporated into the rental registry, if it is a rental unit.
And then when they submit their applications, it'll be under they would use either their own name or it's going to be under a LLC or corporation. Would you be able to track that as well and report?
We could track, I think, we could look into it and bring that back as part of what we come back with, like what's the way to track kind of some of the things. And, because it could be an agent, it could be an architect or somebody else who's doing the actual application, but part of that could be understanding what's the underlying ownership, of the whoever is applying for it.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
So if I could just clarify the English here, if the clerk could go with me. So look at what aspects of the iClerk guidelines. Could be objective standards, comma, delete the and, specify consequences for to occupy the unit, comma, no, it was already, nope. Just go to the failure to occupy the unit, comma, reporting on SB9 projects, comma, and plans for notification in nearby. So add an and there. Okay, thank you. That's, Vice Mayor Burr.
Thank you. So a few additions that I'd like to offer. One is to request staff to or include this exploration of designation of high-risk fire areas in Palo Alto foothills. Second is to evaluate.
So can we just add this to the list, please?
Yeah, that was my intention. And then second is to evaluate aligning city ADU requirements with state requirements. And
okay. What was the line?
Align.
Yep.
Yeah, ALIGHN. Third, to evaluate requiring street frontage for the how do we describe the non-ADUs? The full. Ms. Tanner, you had a.
I think we would look at street frontage for either it could be the lot splits or for maybe building facades. I don't know. I'm not sure what would be the best way to. Do you want it to be for the lot splits or just any unit?
Well, any unit that's not an ADU.
You were thinking of main unit or base unit. There was some jargon
for the main units.
Yeah, we could say primary. I think that's what we've
Primary,
been saying.
good.
Whether or not it's right, we know
Great.
what we're talking about, I guess, at least.
Good. And then just see. I would also evaluate. Well, let's see. I'll leave that off. Lastly, consider renaming R1 single family zoning to a title that more accurately describes the new standards. I think that's
so
it.
again, if these are all just for staff to assess.
That's right. That's all of this is.
Yep, I would accept that all as part of B. Councilmember Koo.
I can accept most of them except for the last one to renaming. I would like to see also what are the consequences of renaming it. You know, what does that open it?
Okay, well, we could say consider renaming and to describe the new and evaluate the consequences of doing.
Can we just say evaluate renaming?
Sure.
Period.
Yep. So
I'm not sure I'm sold on that one either.
Yeah, and you know, we aren't determining any of these. We're just asking these to be evaluated. So we can drop the word consider since we have evaluate. It's kind of redundant.
And you can put all of that in section B.
And that's, I think, all I have. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Is B part of A, or is it a separate assignment for staff?
It's details on the feedback, I think.
Okay. Are there short-term rental penalties? Is that specific to SB9, or did you mean that broadly?
Well, we do have penalties, but in light of SB9 creating more units, I just wanted them to look and see if they thought the penalty was at a proper level.
Should the historic registry be referred to the HRB?
Well, I think this is for staff to come back with what the cost would be. Yeah, if we actually move forward with it, it would go to the HRB. But before that, I think we want to see what it would take to do it.
Okay. There's some things in here that I'm interested in, but I'm going to ask you to split it out for purposes of voting.
Okay. And Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A friendly amendment would be to include directing staff to conduct an economic study in order to increase inclusionary zoning. And I don't know if staff has a preference on how we word this, but whether it be to 25%. Essentially, what I want to see is for us to be able to require one of the 4 units to be deed restricted affordable housing built on site rather than merely in lieu fees.
I think you could possibly say analysis of the feasibility of a 25% inclusionary requirement for, you could say SB9 projects, perhaps. That's the universe maybe that you're thinking of.
That works for me if staff is clear on that intention.
I think we would, and Director Lee can assist me. I think that study, we would need some resources to conduct that feasibility analysis. So we would return to council to get some resources for that. I don't know that it would be very much, but we have pretty limited consultant budget this year.
Yeah. So again, can we just add that to the list and B, that you would return with an estimate of what it would take to do it?
And I would see
that
that,
a-
Mayor, maybe as being similar to the historic registry, where that's kind of a big lift. That's a project we would return. And some of these we would be able to work with the PTC and ARB directly on
Yeah.
without
So
resources.
is that okay, Councilmember Stone? We would add this to the list of B.
Fine with me if the maker and the seconder are.
If I might ask Councilmember Stone, if you would be okay to say 25% or 1 unit. Ms.
Yeah.
Tanner?
That's fine. I think that broader direction allows staff to have a little more discretion on and ability to explore different options that would work.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yes, works for me.
Okay, so again, the intent was not for staff to spend 5 years on this, but to do some quick assessments and kind of, explore some of these options. So does staff have any comments or concerns about item B here?
I'll just note it's a little bit easier when we have these enumerated out as opposed to a dense paragraph. But there's a lot of work here, and I think some things require more attention than others. And so we'll do our best to, capital A by itself is, a year's worth of work. If we're going to be adopting permanent standards here, right? So we can take these things on and they'll be different. I'm sorry, Clerk, I didn't mean for that to happen here. I was just.
Don't split them out because we've asked to vote on them separately. So again, I think part of this was meant to be some of the items that you would discuss with the PTC and the ARB.
Yeah, absolutely. And some things will come back sooner. And so anyways, we'll just have to navigate the, how these things come together and when some things may proceed or fall after other parts of it. But we'll do our best to bring that back to council as soon as we can.
Okay, Councilmember Philseth.
Well, yeah, just briefly and high level, going back again to the Ms. Tanner's spiderweb motif early on in the presentation. I think, everybody that's kicked around the tech sector for a while understands what sequential design is. And that's pretty much what we're getting out of Sacramento, and it's probably going to continue. And, one of the characteristics of sequential design is, every time you layer something else on, it produces a whole bunch more downstream work to figure out what you got, right? And so this can be a lot of work. It's gonna be a lot of work for staff. It's gonna be a lot of work for PTC and ARB and us, but it is what it is, and we're gonna have to go do it. So I think this is the right direction. The only thing I'd say is, as we consider giving staff more stuff to do in later items this evening or next week, we gotta be cognizant that we're giving them a lot of work to do here. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Councilmember Cormack, did you still want me to split A and B?
Yes.
Yep. All right, so we're going to go ahead and vote. I guess we're voting on A. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're voting on B. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vote yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay, so passed on a 5-2 vote. So we're at 10 o'clock. Yes, I would suggest that we go ahead and start the item and we'll see how much public comment we have. Does staff have a presentation?
Good evening, Council. Kylie Noze, Administrative Services Director. We do have a very brief staff presentation that I'm hoping the clerk can pull up. And as staff also is transitioning, I will see if Mr. Tong is on the line, which I think he's transitioning on. So I will, as Sunny, when he puts his camera on, I'll turn it over to him. But in the meantime, I will kick it off. Before you, this final item for your agenda tonight is talking about a potential path for redevelopment of new parking in the University Avenue downtown core. This is returning to you as the council had previously paused work on the prior garage that was slated for 375 Hamilton Avenue. And so we are resurrecting that and rebringing it to the council in light of all scenarios, as a lot has changed since that decision was made. So with that, I will turn it over to our real estate manager, Sunny Tong, who's helping us project manage this. Know that ultimately, though, this is the first of what will likely be many steps, depending on council's decision tonight, as we continue down our evaluation of how to develop parking. So with that, I will turn it over to Sunny Tong.
Thank you, Kylie. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, Vice Mayor Burt, and City Council members. I am Sunny Tong with the city's real estate division, and I'll be making a presentation on the potential redevelopment of new parking in the University Avenue downtown. Next slide, please. First, as a general overview of the presentation, the city collects parking in lieu fees from property owners who are redeveloping their property to satisfy all or part of the parking requirement. The fees are used by the city to construct new parking facilities. And in February 2019, the City Council approved the design and certified the environmental impact report to construct a 324 stall parking structure on Lot D at 375 Hamilton Avenue. At that time, Council directed staff to return with a range of options to address downtown parking needs. Staff is returning to Council seeking direction on the use of the in lieu parking fees. This is the first of multiple steps to provide initial direction to staff. As will be discussed, we've considered a couple of alternatives for consideration, one of which is listed here as A, which is to resume the prior project at 375 Hamilton Avenue, and the other is listed as B, which is to examine the feasibility of partnering with a for or nonprofit private entity on development of new parking. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the city's parking in lieu fee. As shown, developers of non-residential projects in downtown Palo Alto may satisfy the city's parking requirements by paying an in lieu monetary contribution currently in the amount of $115,404 per parking space. The balance of the parking in lieu fee fund as of the end of fiscal year 2021 is approximately $6.3 million, and the city anticipates receiving an additional $9.2 million in fees associated with the President Hotel project. Per the city's municipal code, these contributions can only be used for construction of public parking spaces within the University Avenue Parking Assessment District. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the city's 12 downtown surface parking lots, their approximate lot areas, as well as the number of stalls. Also on this slide is 2019 data compiled by the Office of Transportation regarding University Avenue off-street parking supply and demand. The table is on packet page 289 and was also shared with the council on November 1st, 2021. The data indicates that some downtown parking facilities are fully occupied during certain peak hours. It is recognized that the use of the city's parking infrastructure has been reduced substantially since the COVID-19 pandemic. However, there have also been a loss of 79 on-street parking spaces due to retail parklets as of June 2021. And the expected eventual recovery from the pandemic may result in an undersupply of parking spaces in the city's downtown in the future. So it's prudent for the city to construct additional parking while the city's in lieu parking fees are available, and to plan for future parking demand expected from the eventual recovery and long-term growth of downtown. Next slide, please. So staff is returning to City Council seeking direction on next steps in pursuing parking investments in the downtown core. So to assist with this, we've crafted a couple of scenarios. In the first scenario, we're calling scenario A, the city will resume the previously approved downtown parking garage project at 375 Hamilton Avenue, or determine if modifications to the proposed design are appropriate. This slide shows a design rendering of the garage viewing from the corner of Hamilton Avenue and Waverly Street. Next slide, please. So in scenario A, the final design would need to be completed to develop construction documents for bidding of the project. Construction was projected at a cost of $29.1 million and a duration of 16 months. The project may be scaled down by eliminating the basement level to reduce construction time and costs. Next slide, please. So the second scenario, scenario B, could examine the feasibility of partnering. It combines the city's interest to increase downtown parking supply with an opportunity for new housing units or other desired uses. The project could be built on one or more than one of the city's own downtown surface parking lots, or in combination with a privately owned parcel. The city could partner with a home builder to construct housing on one surface lot and a new parking garage on another lot to replace any parking spaces lost to redevelopment and result in net new parking. The staff could seek information from the marketplace regarding the viability of adding a parking element to the otherwise private development. Next slide, please. So this is a map of the city's University Avenue downtown parking lots. Scenario A would resume the project on Lot D, which is shown here in the center of the map, and the surrounding lots show the various potential locations for development under scenario B. Next slide, please. And for the next steps under scenario B, staff would begin broadly by looking at new options or alternatives, but staff and the market should be made aware of project types or elements that are non-starters, such as those listed on this slide. So for example, should the core characteristics of the solicitation offer city support consisting of both city parking lots and parking in lieu funding for development of new parking facilities in the downtown core? Also, is there interest in exploring construction of public parking spaces as a component of private development on privately owned parcels? And third, what are council's priorities and or non-starters for a potential project? For example, is there a preference for projects that conform with current city codes, such as height restrictions or moderate exemptions similar to those allowed under city's planned housing zone program? And if new housing is a part of the project, should it be made market rate or affordable? Understanding that 100% affordable housing project may require significant additional city funding. And finally, should the city be given priority to projects that support economic vibrancy of the downtown core? Next slide, please. And for an overall timeline and next steps, so following selection and approval of one of the identified recommendations, staff will conduct further analysis and return to council with project specifics. As previously mentioned, under scenario B, staff would begin broadly by looking at new options or alternatives. Staff could engage with a qualified development consultant to help assess feasibility and craft a request for information to solicit information from the market about a range of viable options. From the results of the process, staff would be better able to provide options for the council direction consideration, including characteristics, finances, and timing. Other funding sources will be required for a final project. Next slide, please. And in closing, this final slide identifies the staff recommendations from the staff report, which is for council to discuss and provide direction on next steps regarding development of new parking facilities in the University Avenue area, including potential direction to A, direct staff to resume the downtown parking garage project on Lot D at 375 Hamilton Avenue, including but not limited to identifying a timeline and additional funding source, or determining if modifications to the proposed design are appropriate, or B, initiate a request for information to examine feasibility of partnering with a for-profit or nonprofit private entity on development of new parking using downtown in lieu parking fees, potentially in conjunction with housing or other uses. At council's direct discretion, this could include the use of cities, surface lots, or privately held parcels. So this concludes the presentation. I'm here along with other staff members. We're here to try and answer any questions you may have. And thank you very much.
And thank you. Let's go ahead and take some comments from the public. So if you'd like to speak to this item number 11, please raise your hand. All right, we'll do 2 minutes a speaker. The first speaker is Liz Gardner.
Hi, thanks again for bringing this forward. I just wanted to reiterate that we are dealing with the changed world since the pandemic, and we should be, and also with climate change and the economy. Gasoline's what, $5 a gallon right now. We're also in a housing deficit in the city. So I think the potentiality of these surface parking lots becoming both housing and potentially some revenue for the city with parking, public parking is ideal. I just think with COVID, people working from home and people just not traveling, I think as much, I think that our parking situation is underutilized. A few years ago, it may have been a lot different. I just really want to encourage the city. Mayor Dubois was talking about innovation and technology, and sadly, we're about 50 years behind in our housing, and it's just taking that much more time for city staff and council to catch up. And I think this is an ideal, innovative idea that could come to fruition, and it just could be a win-win-win. Housing. That's about all I want to say. I thank you for again bringing this forward and discussing it. We're in an innovative city, and with lots of engineers, I think we can solve this problem and make housing better for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Gara.
Thank you. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of 350.org's Palo Alto Climate Team. Our team would echo a lot of the things just said by Liz. Basically, we feel that building this large new structure is really not consistent with our SCAP goals. Everybody on this call knows that road transportation is our biggest existing carbon footprint problem. Later this week, the ad hoc committee is actually meeting to talk about ways that we can reduce the number of miles traveled in vehicles. So while we're really grateful what Palo Alto is doing, working towards our climate goals, it just seems that in light of those goals and findings, it's really inconsistent to be spending so much money to make the city more car friendly. As the last speaker said, we don't know what post-COVID is going to look like yet. I think it's probably safe to say a lot of businesses are going to stay with more remote or hybrid work. Business travel is down. Some experts are saying it might never be back up to 2019 levels. Younger employees have been asking for years for less travel, and now their businesses are seeing that that's actually more affordable. And finally, for better or worse, shopping habits did change with COVID. People started buying more things online. We don't really know what the future of shopping in brick and mortar downtown is going to be. So basically, we could be spending a lot of money to build a garage that is going to be permanently underutilized. And it seems like that would be great to put that money towards some of our other goals, particularly our sustainability goals. So if for legal reasons, this parking structure, if we can't avoid adding parking, our group would be more in favor of scenario B, trying to have some kind of option where we're including particularly below market rate housing, and to help address our housing shortage. We've heard reports of city staff and police officers being that there's been a shortage, and we think that probably some of that is attributable to the really long commutes to affordable housing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Schenk.
Thank you, Mayor. John Schenk with Thwaites Brothers. And as the previous speakers have said, I thank you guys and staff for bringing this back. It feels like 100 years ago, but I think it might have just been 5 that the city hired Dixon Associates, I think that was their name, to study the downtown and its parking, and concluded that there was a deficit. And while we are in the pandemic and yet to see what exactly life and work and everything will look like afterward, the reality is, we just with the state of spaces that we have in retail, in office, in the downtown, we need more parking. I love the parklets and the dynamics that have come to our community through the development of those. And that just points to, we need more parking in the long run. And getting going on this garage that y'all have already invested a tremendous amount of money is smart. And taking advantage of the in lieu fees that you have before they are, I understand there's a process where they must be returned if they're not used, and we should use them. We need the parking. I also wholeheartedly support the idea of public-private partnerships, or whatever those look like, to explore and get the best minds around the table to find ways to add housing to the downtown. I think that's fantastic. I also strongly encourage, if it's possible, to on any of these projects, to find a public-private partnership or something where the private enterprises can be qualified, and in such a way, I think over time, sadly, they've proven to get projects done on time and under budget, and the public projects often go the other way. I'm not trying to poke anybody, but I think trying to reach out to the broader community for that level of support would be very smart. And we at Thwaites Brothers are happy to participate and support the city in these endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to point out a few things here. First of all, these parking lots are the most feasible sites in the city for affordable housing because the city owns the land. They're really unique opportunities to meet some of our hardest to meet housing goals around affordability. The downtown areas are also convenient for transit. So these sites are perfect for transit-oriented development, which lets you get, both more housing and more parking for businesses, depending on what mix the council favors. It's underappreciated that putting homes in the downtown areas will be good for businesses because it delivers customers to those businesses. Services and housing are better together, and we aren't pushing that principle hard enough anywhere in the city. I'd also like to second all of Andrea's comments about climate concerns. If you care about climate, you want denser near transit and near jobs, and our downtown areas are both. If you care about water sustainability, then you want to be building housing that doesn't create a lot of landscaping to water. These sites would be ticking all those boxes. So for all the reasons I just pointed out, I strongly urge the council to take all necessary measures to move forward with getting some housing at these sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Thanks. First, I want as much time as John Shank. First, then to start things off, I'd like to apologize to Rachel Tanner for saying she was lying. I misspoke. I do not think that Rachel Tanner was lying. I simply think she is misinformed. Regardless, parking garage. You have to be kidding me. If you're going to get anywhere close to fulfilling your legal obligation of affordable housing and your stated promise of sustainability, a parking garage is moving in the exact opposite direction, as others have said. Right now, you have collected $15 million for a parking garage that will cost $30 million. And yet you actually are thinking of spending that additional $15 million on the parking garage while you have zero collected and intend to spend zero on affordable housing. Under the rules, under the actual rules of emergency ordinances, you can pass an emergency ordinance if it's needed if it's necessary to support a public need. Your previous so-called emergency ordinance, actually you have no legal right to do it because as you admitted, it's not necessary. So if you pass it, it actually will be an illegal ordinance. But that said, passing an ordinance that would redirect these funds from parking to housing would be a legal use of the emergency ordinance rights. You might need a supermajority. Ask Molly Stump but don't tell her I thought of it because she is not inclined to believe a word I say, even when ultimately the courts and the legislature agree with me. So instead of, also additionally, with too much parking, and again, I want the same amount of time as landlord billionaire John Shank. The ways to reduce need for parking is one, create alternatives to driving, such as refunding the electric shuttle that you defunded last year. The second way is, again, I get the time of John Shank. The second way is to actually refund.
Finish up your comments.
I am finishing, like John did 20 seconds later. Anyway, the other way is to actually refund the other pulled project that you pulled last year, which is safe bike lanes. The way to reduce parking is three ways. One, safe bike lanes. Two, is to have transit. And three is to put housing near jobs. You need homes there, not a garage. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Thank you. My name is Kelsey Baines, and I am speaking on behalf of Palo Alto Forward. We are very excited that the council is considering building affordable housing on surface parking lots. One of the primary barriers to building affordable housing is the cost of acquiring land, particularly in an expensive city like Palo Alto. And using land that we already own is an excellent strategy to unlock affordable housing opportunities by utilizing underutilized surface parking. I was somewhat surprised and alarmed by the focus of the staff presentation, which was almost exclusively focused on increasing parking, which certainly is not an urgent problem that we have downtown currently. What is an urgent problem downtown is a housing shortage, and that has been evidenced throughout the pandemic. And we actually saw it with people living in our parking garages, which have been primarily empty throughout much of this pandemic. And what I would encourage you to think about with housing projects is to think about a Measure A project or two. Palo Alto has wisely invested in interim housing, but we have not made an associated investment in permanent supportive housing. And those people who are going to be going to that interim housing, they need somewhere to go. The guideline is actually 2 to 1. So for every one interim housing site you create, you want to have 2 permanent housing sites that you're creating. So we need a lot more. And my final thought is just to maybe look at bringing back some other old projects like wayfinding to the existing garages that we have before we spend a lot of money, $90,000 on each parking spot. So thank you for listening.
And our final speaker will be Curtis Smoller.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, first of all, I agree with the previous speaker in that the only thing that's been going on in these parking lots, just so you know, there's no cars there. The only thing that's been going on there is crime. As you've seen, the crime in these garages has escalated to very high levels. There's constantly news articles. But I'd rather focus on the fact that my understanding is that there's currently a lawsuit going on based on the fact that the developer Charles Chop Keenan said that this project was stopped illegally or inappropriately, and that he paid $906,900 in lieu parking fees. Part of the project's approval, the developer paid $906,000, and now he wants the money back. The lawsuit's currently ongoing. This is all from a news article from 1 month ago. So, I think it's a little disingenuous, possibly, to say that the reason that this has been brought back is because of the fact that parking is needed. It seems to me that I don't know if there's a settlement in this case, but it sure seems like someone was pushed to have to reopen this. I mean, I'm surprised that no one even mentioned this in the presentation. Does anybody else know that basically that the funds being collected and spent precisely in the manner that they basically there's a 1.3 million that the city had already spent on design work? I mean, there's a whole list of things going on here that that have nothing to do with anything that the city presented earlier. So, I mean, I think that it's pretty disingenuous not to mention any of that. We don't need parking, we need housing. And by the way, the Bike Coalition would be against this too, which Pat Burt was at and said that and was at, and I think he would agree with it, but maybe not.
Thank you. All right, let's get back to council for discussion. And again, this is, I think as staff presented very early in the process, so I am hopeful we could have a productive, high-level conversation on this one. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I'll try to get the ball rolling on this so that maybe we can wrap this up fairly soon. So I'll just share that my thoughts for a number of years on this has been that the parking in lieu fees, I'm good with using them for creating new parking spaces. That's what we impose the fees principally for. And that's a sense of obligation that we have there, but I've never been supportive of using general fund dollars from our capital fund to build parking structures beyond what would be paid for by the in lieu fees. And so as a result of that, I'm not at all interested in continuing with recommendation A, or alternative A is the way the staff presented it, but instead a version of alternative B, which is moving forward with a request for information on partnering with a private, either for-profit or nonprofit, and I'm hoping it'll be a nonprofit entity for development of a combination of a structure that would accommodate that approximate number of maybe 130 spaces or so that would be funded through the in lieu fees. And the balance of the structure would be affordable housing. And I do think that our surface parking lots are really amongst the few candidate locations in both downtowns where we can over time provide the land for affordable housing sites, and so I think that that's what we would need to do explore at this location or for this purpose, not necessarily a single location. I think also that going forward, if there is a future need perceived by the property owners downtown for additional parking, that should be through an assessment district, which is how the Bryant Garage and the High Street Garage were paid for when they were constructed about 20 years ago. And I don't think the city should go subsidizing developers who are able to charge amongst the highest lease rates anywhere for that property. And yet in Cal Ave, we added parking well beyond what was needed to replace the lost spots. I don't think that we should be doing that in this downtown. And one of the ways that the property owners and developers who were able to escape responsibility for their own parking for a long while was to spill over into the neighborhoods. And that's really one of the reasons that I have supported the RPP project, residential permit parking, is so that it forces the commercial property owners and developers to own responsibility for their parking demands. And going forward, I think that as we put in parallel with the RPP program, approximately in parallel, we created the the Downtown Transportation Management Association. And as much as I would like to see that that entity function more effectively, I think in principle, it's the right way to go. And that my hope is that developers and property owners will see that funding the TMA to avoid the need for parking and avoid the traffic that goes along with those additional cars, it would be more cost effective to support the TMA and support transit and other mechanisms to reduce parking demand rather than just build new structures. So that's a longer term approach that I think would be appropriate. So when the time comes, I'm going to be comfortable with a version of B as I did just described. Thanks.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm kind of find myself in alignment with the vice mayor here, but let me ask a couple of questions first. So these funds, there's some geographic restriction on where they can be used. Is that the map we saw on slide 8? It basically has to be within that space, or could it be used in the transit center, for example, or the Roth building, or the corner of Middlefield and University? What are the constraints on geography here?
We would actually need to look into the specific boundaries on it, but you are right, there are geographical constraints. We put that map in the staff report and the PowerPoint because that's the rough area and for reference for the council in this discussion. But ultimately, as we do finalize plans, yes, we will need to refine the specific geo area corded off.
It'd be interesting to know where that is, because I mean, you know, a couple of the places that so there's going to be some interaction here with the housing element working group, right? And a couple of the places that they're looking at, right, are either in this space or very close to it, and so it'd sort of be interesting to know, you know, whether those things overlap or not, right? I want to ask another question, which is our figure of merit of $115,000 per parking space. Jog my memory again, is that for surface parking or underground assumption?
Per the Palo Alto Muni Code, that fee is established based on the city's most recent cost to add parking. So that fee was calculated as the newest garage that we just built based on the cost for Cal Avenue garage.
Got it. So actually neither nor above ground garage as opposed to a surface base. Okay, thanks very much. So again, you know, A is a possibility. I think B is more interesting, right? The one thing I would I think we ought to think about is, you know, with $15 million, we could do considerable good. I think parking sort of touches a lot of the kind of is central to a lot of the kind of stuff that we're concerned about these days. That said, it feels a little premature to start exploring and designing specific projects before we see more definition coming out of the housing element working group and the housing element as to where we're going to need how much stuff where and so forth. And so and we're going to have a much better picture of that in the first half of next year. Plus we already gave staff a whole ton of work to do. So I wonder if we might sort of be interested in pursuing B, but sort of rather than rush out and having meetings with developers now, sort of wait until we get a little more definition on the housing element, right? Which is not actually that far away. That would be my only query on that one. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. I recall there being a deadline on when we need to spend the in lieu fees before they need to be returned. Am I correct about that? And if I am, when is that deadline?
Yes and no, Councilmember Stone. There is a time frame in state law for fees that are subject to the Mitigation Fee Act, that if they are unspent every 5 years, a resolution needs to be passed identifying what additional funds are needed in order to fully fund a project that the funds will be used for and when that will happen. Note that one of the speakers referred to some litigation over these fees. That's not a secret. It's not anything we're trying to cover up. There was a case that was filed. The city prevailed in that case in the Superior Court. The developer, the property owner, has appealed to the Court of Appeal. Superior Court judge found that these particular fees are not subject to the Mitigation Fee Act. And I'm sure that will be an issue that will be litigated on appeal. But to the extent that that Superior Court judge decision on that is upheld by the Court of Appeal, then we will not be subject to the 5-year finding on the fees. However, our own local ordinance does provide that they're collected for the purpose of creating new parking spaces when development is engaged in downtown and the required parking is not provided by the property owner. So we do need to spend those fees on that purpose, or we will need to return them at some point.
Okay, but there's no, we're not risking some looming deadline right now where if we were to pursue scenario B and it didn't happen to work out and we decided to go with scenario A, there's no hard deadline that we need to be concerned about for that.
There's no hard deadline. However, some of the funds, some of the dollars that are in the fund have been in the fund for some years. Additional new dollars are expected to come into the fund. So it's timely for the council to focus on these funds and to create a plan for how they will be used and to decide if you want to continue to collect funds for this purpose and have this in lieu program.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Another question, and I see maybe if the clerk can set the timer because it's a little off, so I'm not sure where I'm on my time. I'm curious, is staff aware of any successful examples of other public-private partnerships where cities have provided city land and parking in lieu fees to create new housing and public parking? I mean, are there successful examples of essentially what we're considering in scenario B?
I'll actually open that up to all of the lovely colleagues on this call. We've got our planning director, our parking director, and frankly, our city manager who have all had more experience in this. I do believe, and I don't know the history on it, just within Palo Alto itself, there is a garage that's public parking on Ramona that has private use above it. So that would be one thing for us to look at the history on, specifically to Palo Alto. But with that being said, other folks have feedback or examples to discuss?
I'll just chime in. I can't think of any specific examples, but it's not uncommon to have partnerships with public and private for parking facilities and shared usage.
I guess I'm curious, do we have examples of public parking with then private housing kind of on top of that?
I would say, Councilmember, that it was actually much more common back in the days of redevelopment. Back in San Jose, certainly multiple examples of, again, public parking combined with residential development as part of redevelopment projects. So the approach and the process is pretty well defined, and ultimately it'll come down to the economics.
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to see if we're pursuing B, how realistic it is, but okay, thank you. And then one more question, can staff elaborate on the extent to which we can use those in lieu parking fees? So if we were to pursue scenario B and partner with a private entity to construct housing on top of the parking, or construct housing and then a separate parking structure, I assume those in lieu fees could be used on the public parking portion of it, but would those fees also be able to pay for, would that be able to develop the foundation of that building? I'm trying to understand our limitations as far as how specific does it have to be limited to the parking, and how much can we stretch it to really incorporate additional housing opportunities?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the parking in lieu funds do need to be spent for the purpose of creating new parking facilities. I think the idea here is that there might be efficient economics where there might be some way to also advance our housing goals while we're still directing those funds to parking. And obviously, we can't iterate with you tonight kind of design options, but we will need to watch to ensure that we're tracking those parking funds towards the creation of new parking. But if that means that we can also efficiently build other structures that are used for housing, then that's a win.
Agreed. Great. Thank you. See, I'm out of time.
So, I agree with the comments from Councilmember Philseth about potentially aligning with the new housing element. I also agree with the Vice Mayor about using parking fees for parking, but maybe not general fund fees. And we have spent a lot of money to study downtown parking already, and the speaker was correct that we did have a parking deficit. You know, we also lost 79 spots to parklets, which are there 24 hours a day. And 79 times 115K is $9 million. So, you know, when it comes back, we really do need to establish parklet fees for the use of those spots. And they're being used for a higher use than for parking. And then at some point, we should also see some analysis for how much additional parking is being created by using that additional square footage for dining. So, you know, I think once we are past COVID, I do expect that we're going to be back at a shortfall, and we're going to be behind the situation if we don't start planning for it. So we have $15.5 million in parking funds now. I am leaning kind of towards a combination of A and B. I think we could narrow down the RFI, and if we do, it's more likely we'll actually get something built. We looked at the city lots already, and we selected 375 Hamilton as the best option. And so I guess where I am is I'd like to see us kind of resume the focus on 375, either probably as a combo housing garage. And, you know, when I think about what the city has to put in, I mean, do we know what the value of the land at 375 Hamilton is? Like what the market value would be?
Sunny, do you have that figure?
The presentation by the housing element group identified a value for it. Let me look it up.
Yeah. Well, I assume it's a lot. It's prime real estate downtown. So I guess the bigger question, I guess, would be with $15 million to contribute, you know, do we think we could find a partner that'd be interested in basically, you know, leasing that land or use of that land, you know, for housing with public parking? You know, is staff looking for general endorsement of the strategy of B, or is more specifics useful, I guess, tonight?
I would say overall, direction on A versus B would be helpful, or I guess if the council wishes, as you noted in your comments, to pursue both, you know, that direction as well. In terms of scenario B, staff have outlined in the staff report and the presentation areas that feedback from the council would be helpful tonight. Staff will balance the desire for a broad RFP to truly, or RFI, I'm sorry, to truly understand what the market may or may not provide, but also some guidance from the council on either preferences or showstoppers to help guide that public community in how to craft their responses. So I wouldn't say they need to be hard or fast. I think staff would recommend identification of majority of council members' preferences, either you know, for certain things or against certain things, and then let staff kind of take that from there, go through the process working with a consultant who's an expert in these areas, and come back to you with more information as a governing body.
Okay. I don't want us to throw away all the work we've done before. I think when we've looked at these lots, several of them are too small where it didn't really pencil out. And my recollection is 375 was the most promising site. And so, if we were going to put out an RFI, I would suggest that we would maybe direct potential partners to consider that site, see what would be possible there. For me, again, I do think we need to provide parking. If we can do this combination, I think it'd be interesting. I'm kind of unwilling to sell city-owned land. I'd prefer to lease it and maintain ownership of it. And I would personally be willing to consider some combination of market rate and affordable housing that would make things pencil out, with the idea that we were kind of contributing the land value, or the person wasn't having to pay for that land. So that's it. I'm just concerned. I don't think we should try to boil the ocean. I think we should go back and look at some of those older reports and see if we think they're still valid, and really incorporate that into this RFI process. Councilmember Koo.
So basically, a lot of what you said, I agree with. So I'm not going to repeat that. But one thing I do want to repeat is that, we should be holding on to city land. These have provide future options for what the city might need. I would want to find out, I think, the value of the land. Oh, does the PF zone remain as the underlying zoning when you designate it for parking or for housing? Can that remain as an underlying zoning?
I'll ask either Director Lade or Molly to help us on that one.
Yeah, I'm hoping John is on the call. I mean, certainly that would be the typical zoning for a public parking facility. I'm not sure about what our options might be in a public-private partnership, but we would certainly be able to look at that.
Okay, and another thing is, I'd like to see that staff return with some information about applying for the Measure AA funds to help us with the affordable housing bid. What are the guidelines or restrictions to the Measure AA funds? The other thing is, the other thing is, it would be it would be something that I think that, with our city workers, would it be possible that some of these units be allocated to some of our city workers? That's another one that I'd like to see come back. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I am on Team B. If the mayor means by combining A and B that we do B at A, I guess I'm on that team also, but I'm definitely on Team B here. I'm happy to answer all the questions staff outlined on page 7. Should this solicitation include city parking lots and parking in lieu fund? Yes. Would I be interested in exploring construction of public parking as a component of private development? I'm not interested in ruling it out, not at this stage. I think a combination of market rate and affordable housing is wise for us to look at. I understand the drumbeat for 100% affordable housing, but we have 2 problems. And the first problem is cost. And the second problem is, frankly, concentration. So to the extent that we can have affordable housing throughout the community, I think that's a real community benefit. Also, I mean, it's $750,000 a door approximately at Wilton Court, and we don't have the funds available at the moment to kick in what we would need to kick in to get there. It's not that I don't want it, but I think we should be realistic. Moderate exemptions, I would be supportive of the moderate exemptions. And no one's touched on this yet. vibrancy of the downtown core. I'm interested in that. What if it's something like the theater in Mountain View, right? That's over public parking. What if we can come up with something, or some creative person can, something we could bring to downtown that would bring people that isn't just a restaurant, right? So I think activities, experiences are definitely worth considering, and I think it'd be interesting. If not, we're really limiting ourselves to restaurants, and those. Anyway, I think there's a real opportunity there. Yeah, so that's where I am. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting opportunity. I do agree with my colleagues that I think we need parking in this area. I think it's good for us to move quickly on this to try to prepare and enable our downtown to recover from COVID. And I think parking is going to be really key to that. I think what would be good is, I think there seems to be a fairly good consensus around option B. I'm also in that camp as well. But I think it's important that because it's hard for us as a city to do this kind of mixed development. I think it's going to be important to have probably the private sector help lead this, and they could certainly build it more efficiently than the city could. And I think to fund this, I think I was kind of talking about this. Certainly, I think housing, building housing on this would help fund this. But I think we should also consider office, because then we won't have to have as much building. But I think I like the idea of trying to see if we can have this funded by the private sector, so we don't have to drain our already stressed out general funds. So I think that's the direction we should head on this. And I think what the city contributes to this are the in lieu fees and perhaps a long-term lease of the land. In terms of what we can do also to help enable this is, I think we might need to consider, in order to get the project that we want, is to allow this to go over the 50-foot height limit. And this is something which is in downtown, and that might make a lot of sense. So I think that's something that we should consider. I think if we are able to build this, especially build it without a real cost to the city, this will enable a lot of the park lists that a lot of the people in our city like. So I think that's something we should think about. But we need to somehow make up for the parking that has been lost because of that. I also like Councilmember Cormac's idea about some sort of vibrancy factor. I don't know quite what it is. I think if we just do a theater, that's not going to pay for it. So we're gonna have to think about what can enable it. But I'm certainly interested in being creative. But I think we should be pretty aggressive in trying to make something happen quickly. And I think it seems like we all kind of going that direction, but we haven't talked too much about what can we do to enable this. And I think a lot of that's going to be around the height limit. So we should probably talk about that more. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we've heard a round of council comments. And as staff looking for a specific motion. Yes. All right.
So to what we've all been talking about, if the council wanted to consider a motion, something to the effect of, choosing A versus B, ideally, or some combination thereof, and then identification of preferences and perhaps listing those, and identification of showstoppers and perhaps listing those. Doesn't have
Vice
to.
Mayor Burt.
Yes, so I would move that we direct staff to pursue option B. And then I would add to that language that council supports, so we can just, delete A. New sentence maybe. Council supports a preference for pursuing affordable housing as the preferred housing component. And then if I get a second, I'll speak to this a little bit more.
Second.
Okay, and so I'm not meaning for this to be prescriptive at this time, but to give an indication of what we'd like to do. The concept of a way to pursue greater vibrancy downtown that council members Cormack and Tanaka alluded to, I think is something that's worth pursuing. I don't think that this lot D, which is I guess I should add under B that says council supports a preference for pursuing affordable housing as the preferred housing component, and a preference for lot D as the preferred location. And for something of vibrancy for the downtown, this lot D is not really adjacent to the real activity along University. I would think that when the time comes as another exploration, that lot N is probably a better location, but there may be others that are good as well. And so I think it's worthy of merit in the future to look at that kind of use of a combination of parking and some sort of civic space. But I think at this time, we should pick up on lot D, but with a combination of parking and housing, and preferably affordable housing. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things on the motion, if the Vice Mayor is acceptable. For would it be okay if we remove in A, though, just the word potentially, as I don't have much interest really in pursuing some sort of agreement that wouldn't involve any level of housing.
I would agree. Thank you.
And then does staff need us, and then the parentheses there, at council's discretion to provide some direction there?
Yes, please.
So if I'm fine at this stage to include our direction to at least to study both, if the maker is.
Yeah.
So clerk, it would say, or other uses, including the use of city surface lots. You can just delete, it's all there. And then just, yep.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I second this motion because I'm a big fan of really this kind of out of the box thinking that we really need to be pursuing in order to address our housing needs. I really do believe public-private partnerships are going to allow us to be able to achieve this. And here we have some really wonderful city assets in order to provide towards that objective, kind of city-owned lots and in-lieu parking fees. If we are going to provide those city assets, and we are going to do that, I think it really is important that we do receive a substantial public benefit, which to me will be both the affordable housing component and public parking. And where I understand 100% affordable housing may be difficult, if not impractical, I do think we should pursue that option if that is a possibility. But I like that this motion provides the flexibility for staff to not only pursue the possibility of 100% affordable housing, but if that is not financially feasible, then to look at other options. So I am open to the idea of some market rate housing, but I think it really does need to require a substantial and meaningful amount of deed restricted below market rate units if the city is going to commit to this investment of city resources. Glad to see where the motion, we're making the focus here on housing. I completely disagree with Councilmember Tanaka. I do not believe that we should I would not entertain any scenario that included office space in this location. I do think vibrancy of the downtown is interesting, and I think that does. I would support further kind of investigation into that possibility. So for all those reasons, I second this motion. Hope my colleagues agree.
Councilmember Cormac.
Mayor Du Bois. But I don't think it excludes my prior comment. Does staff interpret A such that if someone wanted to come forward and propose, we'll use a theater as an example on lot O, I'm not sure why N was suggested. It seems like lot O might be a better fit, but is there any reason that couldn't be part of a response to the RFI?
How this is written at present, I would say no. So if there are showstoppers like that, then I would recommend the council identify those.
Okay.
This right now just says a preference for lot D, which means the other city surface lots would be alternative options.
Okay, so someone could come forward with an alternate at a different lot with a slightly different use that could include housing.
That is correct.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think I'm supportive of this motion. Can staff remind us, we had like a thin layer of retail, I think, on the parking proposal, right?
We did, and I believe Assistant Director Holly Boyd is on the line. I want to say it was a few thousand square feet.
Yeah, I think it was small, but again,
it was just over 2,000 square feet on the Waverly frontage.
Yeah. So I don't know how vibrant 2,000 square feet could be, but as long as we're allowing that on maybe the ground floor, where it's something more than just the parking, I think that's still a good idea. But I like the flexibility in the motion the way it's written. And again, I think you heard several of us comment on kind of the use of funds. I don't know that we need to add that to the motion. In terms of parking funds would be used for parking, trying not to have a huge general fund contribution, I think would be the idea of the partnership.
That's a good question. And so,
yeah, I was going to ask you.
Yeah. So would staff welcome that clarification in the motion?
Thank you for the question. Actually, you're hitting on something that I was thinking about, perhaps suggesting you consider. I don't think we need direction on parking funds and the uses of those. Those are highly regulated and staff will follow our legal requirements on that. However, if there is a preference that proposals minimize additional city contributions or limit them or something to that effect, I think that would be terribly helpful and important. Otherwise, you may receive a proposal that has a significant city contribution.
Yeah.
All right, then Mayor,
I think limiting general funds, but again, depending on what, I don't know, if there was a theater, would, community center funds be allowable? I think if it was some creative funding, it'd be interesting to see that.
So just to help speed this along, how about if we try that after component, put a comma? Oh, no, under B. Comma, and then delete and then after location, comma, and then add and limit the use of general funds to subsidize parking construction. Does that capture it, or is looking for something different?
I'd support that.
Just one clarification, just for the council's awareness. I would read that detail as specific to the cost of the addition of parking. So if there were general funds to subsidize the development of, say, affordable housing,
No, it says
it
says to subsidize parking construction.
Right. So what I'm saying is this would limit general fund support for parking costs, but wouldn't limit general fund support for, say, affordable housing. And if that's
Correct.
the intent of this, then that's how I would read it.
That's how it reads.
But again, for me, I would say we would use affordable housing funding for affordable housing and not general funds as much as possible.
Right.
If we had funds in affordable housing funds,
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
But
But like Councilmember Koo was saying,
okay,
county grants or whatever funding sources are available.
And Mayor, there was one other thing I neglected to ask, if I might have the privilege to ask staff another question.
Sure. And then,
from a process standpoint, would it be helpful to include perhaps the ARB in terms of helping guide the RFI or review it? Or the PTC or?
So maybe I can jump in there. It's not typical to bring in the commissions at that stage, but certainly if some kind of interesting ideas come out of that council's interested in pursuing, I think you would want to take advantage of that expertise at that point. The RFI is really a technical document that seeks to provide parameters and asks the private sector and the nonprofit public sector to tell us what they think might be possible.
Okay, so then subsequently it may be appropriate, but not at this point. I'm good with that. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka, then Councilmember Koo, and then I'm going to suggest we vote.
I, as with many others, really agree that we need affordable housing. But as we know, affordable housing actually costs money. It doesn't actually produce money, which would help fund this parking structure. And we don't have much affordable housing funds right now, as you guys all know. And the city's budget is also really tight, so it's really hard for us to fund a new parking garage. So I think we have to be, pretty flexible in regards to what's built here, if we want to have it built without costing the city a lot of money. So I think that's something we have to think about. And I think the other factor is that let me just ask staff this. So let's say that in this discussion, because it has other uses. So I assume this doesn't exclude other uses. So I assume it could include other things like theaters, office, or other things that could help make this project viable. Is that a correct assumption?
At present, as it's written, yes.
Okay. And then now in terms of flexibility to kind of imagine what's possible, right? Especially if we want, a lot of affordable housing built, I would imagine that there would have to be some sort of height flexibility. Is that kind of, does staff kind of read it where we can do that, or do we need some sort of amendment to also explore height limit flexibility?
So yeah, maybe I'll jump in at that point. So to your first question, on PF zone land, we could, as long as we own it, we can lease it to another entity, and that would be a compliant use. So we could, we can figure something out there. But it's a pretty broad motion, and I think if you want to maximize our success in getting something back to you, understanding the parameters of the envelope that we're working with, I think would be helpful to identify. I will say that I think it's unlikely that we would see that we would enter into a nonprofit development partnership with an entity that provides affordable housing and enables us to build parking in a way that doesn't require heavy subsidy of general fund revenue. So the way this is set up, it would be a for-profit partnership that the city would be entering into, and understand, based on my perspective, And and then the next question is going to be, the more affordable housing that you want deed restricted, how much are we willing, if at all, to deviate from our development standards?
I think your assessment is the same as my assessment. I think that's correct. And that's why I want to give staff enough flexibility to see what's possible. Because if it says, oh, we want 100% affordable housing and we don't have to pay for anything, just not going to happen, right? I guess, does staff feel like you guys have that flexibility, especially around the height question, just so that we could see what's possible?
So I'll defer to others here, but I think we're going to get a wide range of responses if we went out with this motion to solicit, requests for information.
Okay.
I know it's late, and I know everybody wants to go home, or I guess many of you may be at home, as I am.
Well, okay, so it probably looks like it can include height. I think we should think about that, especially if we really want to have the uses that we want, and we want to have this without being an immense cost to the city. So I'll put that out there for that. And I think the thing we have to think about is, now right now, of course, because downtown's really depressed and we want to change that quickly, and hopefully that will change quickly. But I think, it's good for us to get this rolling because it takes a while for this kind of partnership to happen. And if longer we wait, there's also a chance that parking gets pushed into neighborhoods, and I don't think we want that. So anyways, I'm just trying to make sure that staff has the tools. I think in general, this motion seems right, but I just want to make sure that they have the tools and the flexibility to enable something to actually happen. Otherwise, would be, another, 5 years and nothing's happened, right? And I don't think we want that. So, okay, anyways, that's all I had.
Councilmember Ku.
So I'm in support of this motion. Thank you for putting it forward. I did want to ask, will this require a new EIR?
John, you're on.
We don't know. It's like the answer, because we don't know what lots we're talking about. There's a stated preference for lot D, but it's not exclusionary. So it depends on what ultimately the council direction the council sets us into. I would imagine there's going to be some level of environmental analysis that would be required.
Okay. We received a letter from a member of the public that states that if we have the downtown coordinated area development plan, that would fall under that plan, or can this be separate?
This can proceed in advance of that.
Okay, thank you. So under this motion, what the mayor had mentioned earlier about, the loss of 79 on-street parking spaces due to the parklets, is this where you would come back with examining the costs and how much to charge in the future? Or is this a different topic?
I think staff is thinking about these things separately. Not to say that there isn't interplay between and amongst them. So we are not blind to that, and we're not operating in silos. But on the parklet side of things, council has provided staff direction to look at the University Avenue and kind of downtown core from a streets perspective. And we are including all of that analysis as that project.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all.
And Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, thanks. So, my intuition is this is the right direction, but I believe I'm actually going to vote no on it. And I think the Director Late was accurate. When he thinks we're going to get sort of a huge range of stuff. I think if we issue a request for information now, this is pretty broad. And, the active players are going to start circling, and we're going to see sort of a big spectrum of stuff. And I worry that it's going to take on momentum of its own because of that, right? If that makes sense. That is, I mean, the danger is gonna end up getting driven by, well, we got some money and we might have some land. What can we do with it? As opposed to the other way around, where we say, okay, we've identified what our needs are in this area. Okay, how can we use this money and this land to accelerate stuff that we've already determined we need, as opposed to going out in blue sky and, well, what can we got some stuff, what can we do here? So my intuition is this is the right direction, but I think we're sort of doing it out of sequence here. So I think I'm gonna vote no on it.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we just go ahead and vote. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Philseth,
No.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, council members. We are on to any council member questions, comments, and announcements. Ms. Mayor Burt.
Yes, I just wanted to provide an update that at the last BTA board meeting, we officially voted in support of the Measure B allocation funding strategy that the three cities on the of Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and Palo Alto had submitted a consensus letter to BTA, and that's what's been adopted. And the gist of that is that Palo Alto will be receiving 50% of the grade separation dollars that were allocated in Measure B, and that each of the cities has a broad latitude on how they'll use those dollars on designs and alternatives. So both those things really refute what had been refrains that had been going on for several years, that it was use it or lose it, and we could only spend the dollars on the very cheapest alternative. And fortunately, it's worked out much more favorably. We still have a lot of work ahead of us, and these aren't enough dollars to accomplish what we need, but it's very much a positive development. And I want to commend Philip Kemi and our staff for the very strong role they had in working with the other cities and BTA to help make this happen. Thanks.
I just want to give a quick update. Attended the Bloomington City Council meeting last Wednesday. They unanimously voted to become our sibling city. So that was passed unanimously. And then last Friday night, we had our tree lighting downtown. I told a bunch of really bad jokes, and I hope that people will go downtown, do some shopping. And not seeing any other hands, I think we'll call that meeting adjourned. So thank you. Good night, everybody.